I can support the changing the bag limits on the rail, but I think we need to look into this further before we change more and look at what we were intended to do before all this came forward. And the changes that were brought up in January, I think we need to move those a little bit forward and to do a little more study. Thank you.
Commissioner Hutchinson.
No. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, again, I think that there's two issues here. That there's SORA and Virginia Rail, and then crows. And just focusing on SORA and Virginia Rail, I would support a reduction of the bad limits. That seems to be a good step in the right direction. And we can save the crow or prairie dog or the things that, Jake is correct. People are legally obligated to pick it up. Most of them don't, in my experience. In fact, I've tried. But the question that I think makes a mockery of calling this hunting is that if they do pick it up, they throw it in the trash can. And that is just, it is not good for the reputation of hunting as a sustainable thing that we want to continue into the future. It has to be held to the highest ethical standards, and shooting something and throwing it in the trash, well, again, it's a conversation for another day. For today, I think I'm on board with a reduction in the bag limit for rail and SORA.
And just for clarity, Councilor Matter, I heard you say just the opposite. I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
So if I were to articulate option C, it would be to update W5 as proposed by staff, with the exception that SORA and rail bag and possession limits be limited to 10 and 25 respectively.
Okay, not exactly the question, but I think they're two different topics. So we do have public comment on this, so I don't want to go too fast before we do that. Commissioner Blecka. Go ahead. So who's first? I'm going to go Commissioner Blecka first, and then I'll turn for answers to question.
If we're going to move forward with C or any change to the bag limits, I would like to see some study done on this prior to us making a decision today. We don't even know, if we don't know what the numbers are, how are we going to arbitrarily just change the bag limit? That's how I feel. I feel like that's part of the process. And I just want to say again that the derogatory comments around hunting are not welcomed and they're not unhelpful. And I think that, as again, words matter and we should be careful what we say.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Mark first, and then Commissioner Adams, I'll come back to you. Yeah.
Thanks. Madam Chair, Acting Director Dugan, and Commissioners, Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager, and I'd like to provide a couple of points of clarification to something that Commissioner Touchton mentioned regarding shooting prairie dogs from a vehicle. That is currently illegal in Colorado on private and public land, and we do enforce that. So I didn't want listeners out there to get the impression that that was a standard operating procedure that is legal. It is not legal in Colorado. I also want to provide clarification on the picking up of prairie dogs on public land. Our officers are not enforcing that provision about picking up prairie dogs on public lands. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I just want to provide that clarification, so thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Adams, still a question? Yep.
I appreciate the conversation around trying to make sure that we, I really appreciate Commissioner Blecka's reminder for us that the processes that we have we need to be consistently revisiting and making sure that they are inclusive of the information that we need to make the decisions down the line. So again, honoring the process that we had, honoring that the process that we have needs to be revisited so that it is more inclusive of the data specific to this state. So I am definitely in favor of that, as well as in not making any decisions until we have said data. I also just wanted to comment, I didn't feel like the comments made against hunters as a hunter myself, I did not feel offended by that. More so, I am offended to hear, and I'm happy to know that it is illegal to take and throw in the trash or do these other things that aren't allowed to be done. So, that shoot out of a vehicle and other irresponsible things that should never be happening. I also agree that there are bad apples everywhere, but systems are designed to not only root out bad apples, but to encourage behavior that is going to meet our shared goals. And so, again, just wanted to, from my perspective as a hunter, I was not, and again, I'm still an emerging hunter, but to my larger point, I didn't feel that there was derogatory comments towards hunting or hunters, but rather just a reminder that the role of hunting is, in this case, a management tool and should always be kept as such. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Adams. I probably read the public comment that came in somewhere in the middle of your read, and Commissioner Mays, and would really remind the public that we're doing the best we can, and to not take on an individual commissioners who are doing the best they can to engage in conversation and have both the commission and the staff ultimately find the right answers on a lot of these very complicated issues. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for this discussion. I do agree that it's helpful to caution against broad statements and broad brushstroke statements, because I could see how they can be interpreted as, again, painting a certain group in a certain way. So I just want to comment on that. I'd also advocate for a precautionary principle as a general approach to wildlife management, and I might need to double check if I've seen the same numbers that Commissioner Reading saw, but right, if we do have some evidence of a potentially declining population, taking precautionary efforts until we have better data, right? The precautionary principle suggests that we should, in the absence of concrete data or in the presence of conflicting data, right, take steps that are cautious. And so I understand that we're trying to decide what steps to take in this moment. I do think that that is a principle that might help guide our thinking right now.
Mr. Haskett.
Do we have public comment? Okay. I'll wait till after public comment.
Okay. Why don't we do that, Commissioner Reading? Why don't we go ahead with public comment? And then I'm going to maybe propose a way that we move forward on this. So Katie, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for my voice. Katie Lanter, Policy and Planning Supervisor. We do have 2 public comments. If I could get Paul Navarre, followed by Liz Rose. Each person will have 3 minutes, and we'll use our stoplight timer to time that.
Katie. Acting Director Dugan, Madam Chair Hauser, Commissioners, I'm Paul Navarre. I'm the Northeast spokesperson, caucus representative delegate. My cohort, Brian Soledad, can't be here today. I'm here to support the staff's recommendations on this item, W5, small game migratory birds, and in particular, support the Northeast duck zone modification that is designed and shown in your proposal. This 1 week reduction at the beginning of the season will be taken over into December, allowing that 21-day split to be down to 14 days. And this will allow more hunters in the field at that particular time when mallards are there. It'll increase bag limits, and more importantly, it'll be a great boost to hunter satisfaction here in Colorado. The little background on this is that the caucus members brought this before Mark Leslie and Jim Gabaloni, the wildlife biologist, a year ago. I personally had a public meeting with them. And then in December, we had a public meeting, a scoping meeting, where we had 30 enthusiastic duck hunters arrive, and then we had some online. And later, a survey was conducted on Engage Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And the results of that were in favor of examining this long split. And so the staff put their heads together, came up with a good compromise, but still maintaining the 96-day integrity of the duck season in the Northeast area. So I would highly recommend the approval of this proposal. And I want to thank Mark Leslie, the regional manager, Jim Glamoni, and the Northeast staff for their timely and professional manner to address sportsmen's concerns and issues. They've done a wonderful job, and they have an open door and an open ear policy. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Liz Rose.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Liz Rose. I'm the Colorado Field Representative for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership. Our mission is to guarantee all Americans quality places to hunt and fish. And so to us, closing Crow, Sora, and Virginia rail seasons completely statewide would be a huge deal to sports persons. So I really appreciate you clarifying your intent to modify the management approach, and I really appreciate the discussion of a different option, option C, potentially. To be clear, we also want wildlife, including these bird species, to have healthy, stable populations, and modifying bag limits, possession limits, or modifying these things regionally versus statewide are all, these all could be reasonable management actions based on the information. Closing the crow season would be unfounded, and we do not support changes to that season. Corvids, as Commissioner Haskett mentioned, can be very hard on sage grouse, livestock, and their populations are not at risk. So we see no justification for closing that season. And while I'm speaking on behalf of the TRCP, I also want to mention that this was a big concern for our alliance of sporting organizations, the Colorado Wildlife Conservation Partnership. So this large statewide coalition also would not support these statewide closures. So we really appreciate this discussion of other options and the rejection of option 2. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. That concludes public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to just offer the opportunity for any other staff, Brian, or others that want to comment on this, Reed, before we proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reed DeWald, Assistant Director of Aquatic Terrestrial and Natural Resources. It's good to be in front of all of you again. Just a couple comments. As you consider this, I think the comments about additional study and dedicating more staff resources to that need to be thoroughly examined before that direction is given. We have a lot going on right now, and our budgets are stretched thin, and if this is a priority for the commission for us to study that, there will be things that we can't do. So I just want to make you all aware of that. And then secondly, just on the federal framework, typically when in the federal framework, the bag limit, in this case, I think you're advocating for 10, and then the possession limit in the federal framework is typically 3 times the bag limit. So I would recommend we, for consistency, stay with that, if that would be pleased to the commission. So, but happy to answer questions as well, and Brian Jarrett's here as well to answer questions.
It's like musical
Musical buttons.
Sorry, for members of the public, we can only have 3 of these mics on at a time, or we cancel each other's out. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reed, I understand it would be daunting to conduct a study into this now, but what I would like to know, in your professional opinion, do you as an agency have enough information that you could issue an opinion on, such as the rail, Virginia rail and Sora populations, and would there be a negative impact on the hunting opportunity if we reduce those bag limits? As I've studied this quite a lot, and I don't think anybody that I've ever talked to reaches that daily limit. Do you have any information on that? I know you have harvest information, but I think that's unrealistic.
Yeah, and thank you for that question, Commissioner May. I would need either Brian Dreher or Jim Gamley to come up to address your question there.
Thanks, Commissioners and Director, Acting Director. It is a good question. So I think the general biology behind this is that rail populations are going to be driven primarily by habitat conditions. Keeping in mind that we're not a central breeding area for rails, so a lot of the rails that we do see are moving through the state during the hunting season from more northern areas. And so that they're in part dependent on habitat conditions outside of Colorado as well. You're absolutely correct that this would be very difficult to get precise population estimates of rails in Colorado and look at those trends over time and try and relate them back to harvest impacts. That would be quite an effort to be involved there. But you're asking for an opinion, and I concur with you. I mean, I know rail hunters. I've rail hunted, not in Colorado, but in other states, and that bag limit of 25 that's established through the federal frameworks and it's been in place for decades is kind of an aspirational goal for most hunters. Very few hunters, when they're actively pursuing rails, can achieve a bag limit. And most of the rail hunting that occurs in Colorado appears to be from waterfowl hunters that are, incidentally encountering rails, so they just get a few birds. So changing the bag limit from that respect is probably not going to have much, if any, impact on rail harvest in Colorado. I think, again, the opportunity to harvest rails is dependent on habitat conditions and maybe other bird populations like, waterfowl hunting opportunities.
Okay, Commissioner Haskett. Sorry, so watching all the lights go on and off. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there's a lot of confusion around this issue, and I think that we need to move forward. So I would make a motion that we take staff's recommendation on option 1.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second? Commissioner Blecka. Further discussion before we vote on this motion? Commissioner, I'm going to go Bailey and then Touchton.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. I was actually, just to the point, I guess, does moving forward with the motion that was just made, can that be done along with discussion around option C? I guess I'm wondering if it's one or the other. So that's my question generally, but I do just want to take a moment. Right, the rail, SORA, and crow conversation is dominating here. There is a separate piece of this that we're voting on, and I really just want to thank our first public speaker and Mark for the work, right? It sounds like a really, really great example of the public coming forward with an issue, with a concern, and following through and making these regulatory changes. So I just want to thank you for commenting on that and for all the work for that first season change effort.
And to the process question, so I think this is true, and Councilor Matter his light's on already. He knows me so well. Is that we will first take a vote on the motion as it was made by Commissioner Haskett, which is to adopt the annual season date proposed by staff. If that were to fail, we can certainly come back with an amendment to that. My sense, based on the conversation that we've had today, is that there still is an interest in study and bringing this back to the commission at a future date, as described by Commissioner Blecka as well. So if that's generally the tenor, I'll get back to Commissioner Touchton after Councilor Matter corrects me or not. Councilor Matter.
I agree with everything you said, with the exception of saying an amendment. If Commissioner Haskett's motion fails, there's a new motion, and that's either option 2 or my artfully crafted option C, getting out of the numbers. And I think the study piece, this co-occurrence interest in a study, is separate from what are we going to do about bag possession and season dates, which should require another motion.
Sorry, amendment wasn't the right word. We would have another motion that would include an alternative at that juncture. Right now, the motion is as recommended by staff, option 1. Commissioner Touchton.
Well, I guess to further muddy the waters, if option one, the recommendation by staff passes, can we then also vote on option C, which was to reduce the bag limits? So it doesn't, we don't have to flunk option one to then subsequently modify it by changing the bag limits. Is that correct?
So doing so would effectively amend the motion that Commissioner Haskett just made. So my suggestion would be to pursue a friendly amendment to reduce the bag limits, which would require Commissioner Haskett's and Blecka's blessing. Barring their blessing, you have a vote on the motion that's on the floor, and you get to make a different motion subsequently.
I didn't hear a formal offer of that. If that's what you're doing, we can certainly do that, or we can vote on the motion as it exists now and come back should that motion fail. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to ask one more time, our resident experts, our biologists, which we have in the room, do you foresee a downside to reducing the bag limit? I don't think that negatively impacts hunting opportunity. It's still there. If we do not reduce the bag limit today, I only see reducing the bag limit as buying the agency time to study this. If we don't reduce the bag limit today, what's the time frame of when we might look into that? If we get some numbers back and realize that, hey, these soars and rails are actually in a downward spiral. That's my concern.
Hillary or Reed, or calling in the experts?
So during our staff meeting, we did come up with a division recommendation. We would not want to see the bag limit go below 15. And in keeping with the federal framework, have that be 3 times the daily bag limit for the possession limit. And a reason for this is these birds are approximately the same size as mourning doves, and that would mirror that possession or that bag and possession limit for those birds. And in order to create a meal for your family, we believe 15 is probably the appropriate number.
Okay, nothing else from Brian? Okay, just for protocol, I'm going to ask for actually a roll call vote on the motion as it stands, which the motion is to adopt the annual season date changes proposed by staff in option 1 without C or any modifications to that. So Laura, if you'll conduct the roll.
Adams?
No.
Bailey?
I think I'm still confused, so no.
Blecka?
Yes.
Haskett?
Yes.
May?
I'm sorry. I need to hear the question on the vote.
The motion is to adopt the annual season date changes proposed by staff in option 1 as presented.
Yes.
Otero?
Yes.
Phillips?
Yes.
Reading?
No.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, the motion carries. I think it is worth, certainly turn it to Commissioner May for some interest in what comes next, so that when this comes back to the commission, we have some clarity around that. So Commissioner Moose, are you off, or am I competing with you? Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the season also doesn't start until September, I guess I would like to have staff look at that and come back to us later with the bag limits and look at changing those bag limits. What the implications mean with not following the federal guidelines, all of that, if you would please come back sometime. I don't know when the regs come out, any of that stuff, but the season isn't till September, so we have time. And
rather than have that be one commissioner, I'm speculating that that is generally a direction that the commission would support? I'm just looking around the table based on the conversation. Okay. Commissioner Blacka and then Bailey.
I just wanted to say, thanks for moving that forward. I support changing the bag limits, but I want to have some data behind that before you make decisions. Thank you.
Commissioner Bailey.
Yeah, thank you. And just building on that, thanks to Jonathan and others, right? The data on the change of the season, the human data was really valuable and really great to see. So thanks for that. Similarly, it would be helpful, right, to sort of Commissioner May's point to know if there is relevant sort of social perspectives in terms of this bag limit change too. So if there's capacity, right, I think that's sort of always our concern is overburdening the division. But if there's capacity to get perspectives from those who are harvesting these species, that would be helpful too.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Haskett made a good point that we do have till September, and so we should take advantage of that time. But in addition to discussing the bag limit, I would like, if we can, without great effort, figure out where Virginia rail and Sora and black rail, which is the endangered species, co-occur. Because I do think there's a significant risk that people could be shooting black rails when they think they're shooting something else. And that puts that hunter in jeopardy. And so I just don't think it's a good practice to have those things overlapping because it's so hard to identify those birds quickly when they're exploding out of a patch of cattails.
Commissioner May.
And to Commissioner Touchin's point, I respect his opinion, and Jay and I both know Jonathan Wrights, our area biologist. Jonathan has probably done as much work, I may be wrong, but of anybody that I know with black rail, their habitat, and the species. And I had an at-length discussion yesterday with Jonathan about this very point, Jay. And Jonathan told me he thought the chances, because this was a point I'd made a year ago, Jonathan told me he thought the chances of black rails flushing, first of all, is minuscule unless they're really aggressively forced. But Jonathan also made the point that he didn't think there is a reasonable, beyond a reasonable doubt that somebody would confuse a black rail for a Sora, for example. And I only offer that because I had the benefit of the conversation with Jonathan, which I know we both respect. But that was Jonathan's opinion that he cannot envision the scenario that a black rail would flush in this instance, with a Virginia rail or a Sora. Take that for what it's worth.
Acting Director Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the conversation around this. What would be appropriate or what we'd appreciate is having a timeline for when you would like this information back and staff can begin working on it.
Well, perhaps a straw man. I'm sensitive to the fact that when the commission is interested in a topic in the middle of a regulatory process or outside of that time frame, that we create some challenges for the staff and obviously for the public engagement and sort of the usual cycle of these things. So I look as much, Heather, to you and the staff to say, when would it make most sense within the framework to bring back to the commission additional information, as is the spirit of the discussion that we just had. And you may not be able to answer this minute. You can either, we can come back with that later today or at the next meeting and at least have just a report out so that the commission understands what to expect, if that is generally accepted way forward. Hillary, how does that sound? Or you tell us.
Yeah, so I did want to let you know we do submit a report to the federal agencies, and that is due April 30th with our recommendations. So there's not a lot of time to bring this back. We can look into kind of if we're allowed to change those after we've submitted them and come back to you with kind of more information on what our steps even could be at that point.
Okay. There always are these challenges, right? There's an April deadline for the staff. To put a huge curveball in that now, recognizing this is important, may or may not be possible. What I think I'm hearing from you is if it's not this April, it would be sometime between April and this cycle next year. Does that sound right? Commissioner Haskett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would just say let's put this on the calendar for this cycle next year to move it forward. We print brochures, we do all that stuff. We're past that point, and we haven't explored this issue enough. There's too much confusion, so let's do a year from now.
Deep breath. Sound good? Okay. Thank you for the rich discussion on that item and for the spirit by which it was raised, and I think the conclusion and the results that we brought forth, and an opportunity to continue to look at this issue and others that are raised by the commission. Okay, so for members of the public, we are running a little behind for good reason. We are on item number 13. Again, this is an action item, Chapter W9, and turn it back to Hillary.
All right, so like you said, this is agenda item 13. This is found on the yellow paper. It covers Chapter W9 for wildlife properties. Beginning back in September of 2022, the access easement was open on the SKCK fishing access easement. It was open to the public pursuant to temporary access restrictions issued by the director. CPW will now formally codify the current temporary access restrictions as permanent regulation. And it is an action item, and I can take question at this time.
Okay, any questions on this item? Move it forward faster and catch up a little bit. Any questions, comments? Everybody ready for a motion on this one? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to adopt the permanent regulations for the SKCK fishing access easement in Chapter W9 as proposed by staff. Commissioner Bailey? Commissioner May? Second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. With a reflection that Commissioner Blecka has left the room for the moment. Okay, we're on to item number 14.
For agenda item number 14, it's found on the green paper. It covers Chapter W13 for scientific collection regulations and Chapter W0 regulations to maintain consistency between the two chapters. Modifications to Chapter W13 will provide a definition of aquatic management and will expand the scope of the scientific collecting license to include conducting aquatic management. In addition, these modifications clarify the procedural requirements of Chapter 13. Modifications to Chapter W0 expand the regulations for transporting aquatic wildlife to include transportation under the scientific collecting license. This is an action item, and I can take questions at this time.
Okay, I have a couple. Commissioner Bailey.
Oh, sorry, I think that.
Okay. Any questions, comments on this item? We're losing people. Questions, comments on this item? Okay, I will entertain a motion then to adopt the changes to Chapter W13 and W0, W0, yes, as proposed by staff. Commissioner Reading, Commissioner Phillips, second. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, so we are now into issues identification for members of the public, item number 15. I think we have a cast change here. Give us a moment. And thank you to Hillary and the team for those.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's going to be a struggle.
Do you want a cough drop?
Just a moment. Did that help? Yes, a little. Thank you. Katie Lanter, Policy and Planning Supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Very fortunately, with my voice like this, I'm joined by Danielle Eisenhart and Matt Eckert for this presentation. Also wanted to acknowledge being here at Aurora Public Schools, which is near and dear for me and Danielle as Aurora Public Schools grads. So shout out to Virginia Court Elementary, Aurora Hills Middle School, and Gateway High School that I attended. And Danielle, if you want to add yours.
So I went to Tollgate Elementary, Mirachek Middle School, and Gateway High School as well.
On to our formal presentation. In November, you'll recall the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission encouraged CPW staff to continue outreach into other license allocation alternatives that could potentially be implemented as early as the 2024 big game hunting season. We were also asked to look at some potential preference point changes, namely point banking and group point averaging. And so the presentation that we're giving today will provide an overview of the results of a public outreach process that we conducted in response to these requests, as well as our proposed staff recommendations for point banking, group point averaging, and license allocation. In early 2023, we did post a public comment form on our new Engage CPW website. We were asking big game hunters to give their input on these topics. We also had an online guest book where people could leave kind of open-ended ideas and thoughts on these topics. And we had that open for 6 weeks, and we received over 2,800 completed comment forms and about 200 of those open form responses. So in this presentation today, we're going to focus on the results from the comment form and our staff recommendations. However, I would direct you to the memo that we provided to the commission and posted online if you're interested in more of the preference point topics brought forward in that kind of open forum opportunity. Next slide. So with our comment form results, we did hear from about 70% residents and 30% non-residents. And then next slide, please. We asked whether there would be opposition or support for a preference point banking system, and the responses overall were fairly split down the middle, with 48% somewhat or strongly in support, 42% somewhat or strongly opposed, and 10% neither supporting nor opposing a change. On this next slide, we have responses to a question about to what extent they would oppose or support averaging group applicant preference points when applying in the primary draw for deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear. Here we had about half the respondents somewhat or strongly supporting that type of group point averaging, 35% somewhat or strongly opposed, and 15% neither supporting nor opposing such a change. Moving on to allocation, we asked the respondents to rank the alternatives for big game license allocation, and overall, a 75-25 across the board allocation was the most popular choice among respondents, followed by a 90-10 split for high demand, and then status quo was ranked a third. For that single 75-25 across the board allocation, that would decrease the number of licenses for current high demand hunt codes that go to residents by about 5%, which would be about 100 fewer licenses drawn by residents. But for all other hunt codes, it would increase licenses allocated to residents by about 10%, so a 3,000 license increase. We did in this table break out resident versus non-resident status, and you can see, not surprisingly, that the majority of residents prefer an allocation that maximizes the number of licenses that go to residents, and the majority of non-residents prefer the allocation that maximizes the number of licenses allocated to them. With that, I'm going to turn over to Danielle.
Thank you, Katie, for sharing and summarizing those results of the online public comment forum. In the next few slides, Matt and I are going to share staff's recommendation on these topics, including the rationale and the justification that led the agency to these recommendations. So regarding both preference point topics, banking and group averaging, CPW recommends maintaining the status quo, meaning that at this time, staff does not recommend carrying forward either the preference point banking or preference point group averaging. So specifically to preference point banking, CPW staff believes if we are to make major changes to Colorado's license distribution process, it should be supported by clear evidence that hunters are strongly in favor of making such changes. While we realize that no proposed preference point change will be supported by all hunters, based on the comment form results, there is not a clear majority of respondents who supported preference point banking. Similarly, according to the 2022 Big Game Attitude Survey data, when asked to rank the fairness between various methods of license distribution in units where demand is higher than the number of licenses available, preference point banking, and a totally random draw were identified as the least fair options by both our residents and non-resident survey respondents. In addition to taking into account hunter preferences, staff is also concerned with making continual complex changes to our license distribution system. Continuing to implement major changes could lead to confusion and frustration among our existing hunters, a reduction in recruitment and retention, and a loss of hunter support and trust in CPW. The Commission recently approved several changes to license allocation at its November 2022 meeting, and will consider limitation of over-the-counter elk licenses for the 2024 hunting season later this year. Additional major changes associated with the 2025 through 2029 big game season structure process could also be anticipated. Implementing point banking as well will only compound the concern of negatively impacting predictability for our future draws. A preference point system may also increase preference point creep in our lower to middle point hunt codes, as applicants with a high number of points could draw licenses for several years, displacing others who have a lower number of points. Stipulating a minimum number of points to be used per license drawn could reduce the impact banking would have on these lower point hunt codes, but setting that limit too high could also deter applicants from using their points, choosing instead to continuously accrue them. Lastly, incorporating a preference point banking system into our draw systems will take significant time and effort. After discussing potential options with CPW's licensing vendor and OIT staff, implementing a complex point banking system could take the vendors over a year to successfully implement. If it is the desire of the Commission, a preference point banking system could be implemented, but it wouldn't likely be in place for the 2024 draws. Additionally, this decision would delay existing planned projects that we're working on, including but not limited to incorporating disability and landowner preference program applications into our IPOS system. Moving on to the topic of group averaging, similar to the public comment form results for preference point banking, there was not clear support for averaging preference points for group applications. While the percentages were higher in support than for point banking, hunters still seem split on this topic. While averaging group preference points will help improve the drawing odds of those applying as a group, the proposed change does not address preference point creep. While making this change might encourage a few high point holders to use their points to help friends and family draw, it also encourages more applications for preference points. We anticipate that preference points will be purchased for people such as family members that never intend to hunt, simply to increase that average of the group if this change were to be implemented. Group point averaging could also potentially lead to unregulated commercialization of preference points by allowing the public to create businesses around linking hunters with high and low number of points. Groups with the financial capability to purchase new group members to improve their average would have a competitive advantage over groups that do not have that same financial capability. There's also unforeseen loopholes that will take time and effort to close and will increase the complexity of our draw system. Put simply, group point averaging encourages people to keep buying points for both of those reasons. As mentioned before, for preference point banking, changing the way preference points are used for group applications will also require system reprogramming, though not to the same extent as for point banking. Therefore, taking into consideration all of the rationale previously mentioned and recognizing the importance of maintaining public support on these issues, staff believe that moving forward with preference point banking or preference point group averaging is not advisable at this time. Staff also feels that our preference point system is working fairly well, as 95% of our licenses can be drawn with as few as 2 preference points.
In regards to license allocation, CPW recommends transitioning from the current license allocation system, which is 65-35 resident, non-resident, for deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear hunt codes that require 5 or fewer resident preference points, and 80/20 resident, non-resident for high-demand hunt codes that require 6 or more resident preference points, and change to a simpler single allocation of 75/25 resident, non-resident for deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear. Staff recommend this change for several reasons. For many years, Colorado's resident hunters have expressed strong interest in changing CPW's license allocation to increase the number of licenses available to resident hunters. However, allocation issues were excluded from the 2020 to 2024 big game season structure process, and we did that to ensure focus was applied on big game season dates and length. Nonetheless, during that public engagement process, which took place 5 years ago, resident hunters expressed that license allocation was their top issue. In 2022, CPW conducted the Big Game Attitude Survey, which confirmed the majority of residents would prefer a new allocation that maximizes the number of licenses for residents, and the majority of non-residents prefer whatever allocation maximizes the number of licenses for non-residents. This is logical because it caters to the interests of each residency group. At its November 2022 meeting, the Commission took action on license allocation by updating to a rolling 3-year average used to determine which hunt codes fall in the 80/20 allocation for high-demand hunts. 26 deer hunt codes, 14 elk hunt codes, 30 pronghorn hunt codes, and 4 bear hunt codes will be added to the 80/20 allocation for the upcoming draw. Based on 2021 draw data and license quotas, which is what our analysis was based on, this represents about 1,200 deer and elk licenses that will shift from the 65/35 allocation to the 80/20 allocation. However, only about 200 of those deer and elk licenses will actually shift from non-residents to residents. The Commission's action did increase the number of licenses that will be allocated to resident hunters. However, results from the 2023 public comment forum indicated that resident hunters are looking for a more substantial increase than the status quo. Of the 3 options presented, a 75/25 single allocation was the most popular choice, and status quo was the least popular choice among resident respondents. If the Commission takes action to change from the status quo to a single allocation of 75/25 for resident, non-resident, the following things would happen. Residents would get 10% more licenses that require 5 or fewer preference points. Based on 2021 draw results and demand, this is about 300 licenses that shift from non-residents to residents. Non-residents would get 5% more licenses that require 6 or more resident preference points. This is about 100 licenses that shift from residents to non-residents. Consequently, with such a large shift overall in licenses from non-residents to residents, CPW will face a large loss in revenue, primarily from non-resident elk hunters. Based on 2021 and 2022 license quotas, as well as demand under a soft cap draw process, we anticipate a revenue loss of $1.4 million. CPW revenue currently exceeds expense by more than this margin, so if we change to a 75/25 single allocation, the agency will absorb this loss in revenue. This means less money available for future capital requests or to fund future increase in operating expenses. Overall, transitioning to a 75/25 single allocation substantially increases the number of licenses allocated to residents. A single allocation maintains a higher level of predictability for the draw over time, as hunt codes are not switching back and forth between different allocations based on the number of preference points they require. This is because a single allocation eliminates the 80/20 allocation for high-demand hunt codes. A single allocation also simplifies CPW operations and regulations And importantly, it increases customer understanding of how CPW allocates licenses. In consideration of all the information before us, staff's recommendation is to change from the current license allocation system to a simpler 75-25 single allocation for deer, elk, pronghorn, and bear. We will now open it up for commission questions and discussion on anything we have covered so far. These are contentious issues, so we encourage a strong discussion among all commissioners that will guide staff on whether to bring back regulatory changes to implement any of the 3 topics before you today: preference point banking, averaging group preference points, and changes to license allocation. To implement any of these changes for the 2024 hunting seasons, the commission must give staff strong guidance on the direction you are heading at this March commission meeting so you can take final regulatory action in the next few meetings. Thank you.
Okay, we also have public comment on this, so I want to make sure that we get to that as well. So first to the commission, Commissioner Tetchin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for your presentation. I know you've spent a lot of time on this. Well, it's kind of a 2-part question, but first I wanted to sort of confirm my understanding is there's nothing biological or scientific here. This is just entirely social, allocating the resource between 2 competing groups. Okay. And then amongst those 2 competing groups, it looks like we're going to prefer residents. And I'm just wondering if you could articulate, every state does it, but why prefer residents when non-residents pay all the bills? It seems that there's this competing principles. I'd just like to hear, if we're going to change to prefer residents a bit more, why, other than that they want us to?
Those decisions in other states on allocation are driven by voters. They're driven by pressure applied to commissions, and commissions make those decisions. So probably social factors would lead to the decisions made in other states.
Is it the same here, just entirely social factors?
Well, revenue as well for CPW is a major consideration. So with this single allocation approach, I mentioned it's a $1.4 million loss. Any additional change we make in licensing that reduces non-resident participation would lead to an increase in revenue loss.
I might just add that, you know, I think we talked about it in some of our memos that there has been legislation at times introduced on this as well. So, you know, this is, if the commission wants to take action, you know, something that the commission can kind of do of its own accord. You know, I would not rule out that there could be legislation run again because of that resident interest in having increased opportunity.
One other point I would also make, Commissioner Tetchin, is this is kind of a compromised approach, because right now, a lot of our licenses are 65-35 split, so we are actually giving more of kind of those less demand hunt codes to our non-residents. So staff truly believes this is kind of a compromise approach of giving some extra to non-residents, but also listening to our resident concerns about lack of allocation.
Okay. Well, but just real quick, Katie, why is it a problem if the legislature does it?
I wouldn't characterize it as a problem. It just becomes they could do something very different. So for instance, we heard in some of our public comments that residents thought it should be more than a 75-25 across the board allocation. That there were supporters of an 80-20 across the board or a 90-10 across the board. That has additional financial implications for our agency, additional financial losses, which again would be not under our control unless the legislature decided to make accompanying changes about increasing the resident tag prices. The commission can only adjust those with the consumer price index. So it could just be that legislation passes that does increase resident hunting opportunity, but does not make up any of the revenue losses that we might face as an agency. Could or could not, hard to say.
Acting Director Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Touchton, I guess, to your question about why not have the legislature do it, it does take away from the flexibility and agility of this body, the commission, to manage the wildlife populations in the state. And so I highly recommend that the authority lie with this group.
Concur. Commissioner Haskett and then Commissioner Blecka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a couple of reasons. One that I think we forgot was actually when the legislation came out last year, we did say that we would move forward with this. And I agree with what Acting Director Dugan said. Anytime the legislature does something, it ties our hands. And just like fee increases, we have to go to the legislature and ask for a fee increase every time we want something. And that's a process that you never know if you're going to get it or not get it. It's better within this body to maintain what we do.
Commissioner Blecka.
Thank you. I agree with what's been said before. Keeping it out of the hands of the legislature, we're the professionals with the experience for this for the state. We run these programs. This is our program. I don't want to give that out to anybody. And we, like, in previous commissions have not acted on this. The public has asked us to do something about this for years, and we haven't. Because of, for whatever reason, that indecision has then led legislators to take it upon themselves to make the rules, which may or may not be, amenable to what our mission and what we're doing. So I feel like we need to do something to move this forward on behalf of the people that have been asking for it.
Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're at a point that staff and the agency has done an enormous amount of work. We've sent these surveys out. We have the public's interpretation of what they want. Staff has put that together. It's concise, it's clear. I think that we should follow staff recommendation on all of these because the professionals have spoken and this is what they can work with. This is also the citizens of the state have spoken in the surveys that they have returned to us. So I don't see anything we gain by kicking this can down the road again. And I agree, we do not want to hand over our authority and the privilege we have of making this decision to somebody who may not have the best interests in mind of this agency and its mission in managing the resources of the state.
Commissioner Bailey and then Commissioner Otero.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think I agree with what's been said. I also want to acknowledge and uplift the reality that social science data is in fact data that should inform all that we do, right? Anybody who attempts to conserve anything realizes very quickly that the people matter in the decision making, right? So I continue to commend the staff on its consistent efforts to get quality social science human data, and I appreciate it being here. I had a second point. I've lost my train of thought. Oh, I think maybe just that I'm also in support of the staff recommendations. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you to the people who filled out the survey. 3,000 responses between the survey and public comments is really great. So yes, thank you to the public for commenting on things that matter to you.
Okay, Commissioner Otero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you to the staff for all the work you've done over the years to pull this together and to have those difficult conversations. I also would like to echo Commissioner Bailey said there, and that we should listen to the people on this. And as a resident hunter, I have my bias there. I actually would support like a 90-10 split, but recognizing this as a compromise, 75-25, and do support the staff recommendations for all of these.
Commissioner Phillips and then Commissioner Touchton, and then we're going to go to public comment.
All right, it'll get repetitive, but just echoing what everyone else has said, full support of this. I think this is one of those situations where not everyone's going to be happy, but hopefully most will be. So thank you all for everything.
Or if everyone's equally happy or equally not happy, then maybe we've done our job. Compromise. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, real quick, I didn't mean to not call social science a science. I was just struck by all the emails I received that said I should shut up about social concerns regarding hunting of rails and soras and crows and prairie dogs. And then we spend an entire agenda item on social concerns. I just like it to be equitable. Same thing with the legislature. You know, I agree, we probably should keep things out of the hands of the legislature. We'll have a presentation on Wolverine later, where we got to go to the legislature. So again, I ask questions sometimes to see if we could actually be consistent about some of these positions.
Thank you, Commissioner Tutchin. Commissioner Bailey.
Thank you. And just a real quick response, note that I did advocate for social science data being collected with respect to rail, sora, and crow. So all across the board, I think it's important.
We listen to each other, don't we? Okay, I think we're going to do public comment, and then we'll bring it back if there are any final questions. So, Katie?
Great. So we have in-person and virtual public comments on this item. So if I could go ahead and have Lane Walter come up, who will be followed by Paul Navarre, and then Liz Rose. If the folks on deck could kind of make your way closer to the front, that would always be appreciated. We'll have 3 minutes each on this item. So again, we'll do in-person and then the virtual.
I'm Lane Walter. I'm with the, excuse me, what everybody else has. I'm an executive board member with the Colorado Bowhunters Association, and I'm here to represent our members. The CBA opposes any major changes done outside of the five-year big game season structure. And if we keep finding the need to make major changes outside of that structure, I suggest that we look at going back to the 3-year big game season structure, because it seems like these issues are continually being brought up. When it comes to the big game tag allocations, we support the staff recommendations of the 75-25 split, but we would like to see an 80-20 split for the high point stay and have something apply to the over-counter tags as well. After the mention of getting rid of over-the-counter archery tags at the last commissioners meeting, the Colorado Bowhunters Association did a survey of our members and other general public, and we had over 3,000 responses. 84% of our members are not okay with losing over-the-counter archery elk tags, and almost 65% prefer resident-only over-the-counter tags, and the non-resident tags go into a draw only. Only 30% of our members think removing over-the-counter elk tags would be what is best for the wildlife. Another option would be to put a cap on the non-resident tags instead of going to draw only. If we wanted to do something with the outfitters, and I think something should be done so they're not losing out as much, sell an over-the-counter tag to where you have to be with a guide and have that as a separate tag. That way the guides aren't as affected by this change. I do believe that limiting non-resident over-the-counter archery tags while keeping them available for the public and the Colorado residents would have a huge positive impact on our wildlife and hunting pressure. Non-resident over-the-counter archery elk tags have increased 28% since 2014, while the same resident archery over-the-counter tag sales have decreased by 20%. So if we put a cap on that, we will be eliminating thousands of hunters from the field and eliminating a lot of hunting pressure on these animals. And we can save our over-the-counter elk tags, at least for the residents. Going back to our survey, we had pretty much close to the same response on the averaging of points and the banking of points, and we support what the staff recommends there. A question was asked, why prefer residents? Residents still have tax dollars going into the Colorado Parks and Wildlife and other agencies that help support them. So it's not all non-residents that foot the bill, although it's much easier just to look at what the non-residents do. We have a large impact for the Colorado Parks and Wildlife as well. And the other states are changing to where less and less tags go into non-residents, and that is putting greater strain on Colorado and amplifying the social issue here. Myself and the Colorado Bowhunters would like to thank the commission and the staff for all the work that they put into this. We're not going to make everybody happy, but we can do what is best for the wildlife. Got any questions?
Thank you. Next, we'll have Paul Navarre, followed by Liz Rose and Justin Nolan.
Excuse me while I read from my document. Acting Director Dugan, Madam Chair Hauser, Commissioners, I'm here to make concerns known and then to make a request of the Commission, being The subject being the time-tested big game season structure process. Colorado sportspersons who I have engaged with as the Sportspersons Caucus representative are concerned that the current big game season structure process may be circumvented by the possibility of installing new regulations into the existing 2019-24 big game season structure, sort of a sooner than later approach, and not waiting for the completion of staff's recommendations and public outreach and scoping processes as the January 6 memo recommended structural timeline. Possible new regulations considered by the Commission in this sooner than later approach may be over-the-counter license being eliminated or adjusted, changing archery elk license to an all-draw system, or even resident, non-resident license allocations. A Colorado Parks and Wildlife memo to the Commission members titled Topics and Public Outreach and Approach, I quote, Colorado Parks uses the 5-year season structure framework for annual hunting regulations. The 5-year season structure is designed to provide sports persons, hunting-related businesses, landowners, communities the opportunity to plan for the up-and-coming 5-year season. And the big game purpose is what, when, and where types of big game hunting opportunities are available and how opportunities are divided among hunters. Also, the big game season process is a critical component of big game management and big game hunting regulations development. The word predictability is often used to describe the intent of the 5-year season, big game season structure. Predictability for residents and non-residents, hunting communities, outfitters, landowners, to plan for the future. If the current tried and true process is circumvented by a sooner than later approach, the purpose of the big game season structure will be diluted and the predictability of the process will be diminished. Not good for big game hunters, communities, outfitters, landowners, or for the CBA staff. Our request and recommendation is to not circumvent this process. Yes, review, take input, make possible changes, develop a later is better than sooner, and not put new information into this current season, but wait until the 2025 big game season structure process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Liz Rose, followed by Justin Nolan and Tyler Emmerich. Okay, next we'll have Justin Nolan, followed by Tyler Emmerich, and then we'll go to our virtual comments, starting with Steve Hildy.
Thank you, Commission. Thank you for taking on this task. I'm a self-admitted numbers junkie, and I'm going to try to take my own biases out of this. Obviously, as mentioned before, if I could have 90-10, I would do that. I don't think that's successful for this process. I would support a 75-25 allocation, but I do think the Commission is overlooking one flaw in the 75-25, and that's the way the draw actually plays out. We talked about having a net increase in licenses to residents. Unfortunately, if we take a look at the draw process, residents are being passed up by using second choice options, and the real consequences are many units are underprescribed by that cap. I would ask that the Commission at least consider the first two choices to be held to that cap, rather than a soft cap, a hard cap of 75-25. The Southwest corridor, where I hold a state trust lease, I guide on, I outfit on, and I also hunt as a resident. They serve as a great case study of what would happen if we take OTC and move it to a draw. Within those quotas, there's a correlation here. You're seeing things in a pattern in all of these units. The net effect is residents are only getting 33% of the tags. However, their demand has been at 75 or less in every single one of those units. In Unit 70, residents wanted 235 tags or 57%, but were only awarded 33% because they used the second choice. Unit 80 and 81, brand new hunt code last year, saw the same thing. The numbers mirror each other. 65% were awarded to non-residents, while 32% went to residents. There's 114 big game units where this holds true, where there is demand for the tags, but we're not allowed to get them
in the first pass. I think that the one flaw of the assumption is that all units hold the same value, and I believe residents do have the right to hold and wish to hunt some of these high-demand units while still having opportunity in the state. Just to address some of the concerns about residents versus non-residents, within the North American model of wildlife conservation, there is a held sentiment that the wildlife is held in trust for the residents of the state. And there has been court cases that we can go back and look at. I don't have them in front of me, but as early as in the 1800s, it was upheld that the residents of Maryland and Virginia had the right to discriminate oyster harvest for their residents. And this has been contested in court. I'm not trying to pit resident versus non-resident against each other. I think 75-25 is a good compromise, but I would ask that we put a hard cap and have both first and second choice at a minimum be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Tyler Emmerich, and then we'll switch to virtual comments with Steve Hildy and Kyle Vistapa.
Afternoon, Commission. My name is Tyler Emmerich. I'm actually the Vice President of Colorado Outfitters Association. As an organization, we do support staying in the status quo. We will always support CPW when it comes to biological change, like we did in the Southwest corner a few years ago by going full draw. Me personally, a lot of the clients that I have are on the upper echelon of the units, and with taking away from them, it isn't going to, if we move to 75-25, that actually gives my non-residents more opportunity to draw a higher unit tag. I just believe, Colorado was the first state to actually have a point system. And of course, we're going to be the ones that endure the problems the most and first, but this is kind of happening across all Western states when it comes to this draw implications. I just believe Colorado public lands should be for everyone, not just residents. Of course, I'm a hunter myself. I hunt an OTC unit. But with that being said, I prefer we stay with the status quo that we have right now. And that's it.
Thank you. Next, we have Steve Hildy, and we're checking if we have our second virtual public commenter, Kyle Vistapa. So we'll get Steve unmuted. And Steve, would you like your camera on?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Director Dugan, Commissioner and staff, thanks very much for the time today. I love the ability to Zoom into the meetings. I reside in Loveland. I did want to touch base on a couple of things that have not been mentioned in today's meeting. It was just mentioned about public land. Non-residents are welcome to use public land anytime they want. They can hike on it all they want. When they want to hunt it, they need a license, and you guys control those. Another thing that was not mentioned is regarding resident preference. One of the reasons we have that is called the Future Generations Act. Hundreds of resident hunters went before the legislature. I drove down to the Capitol on multiple locations, multiple times, and that's the reason you had a $52 million surplus this year. Regarding allocation and distribution, one thing that was not mentioned at all is 75-25 is not 75-25. I'm a resident hunter, but I'm also enrolled in the landowner preference program. And with 160 acres, I can draw 4 elk tags and 4 buck tags with 0 preference points, while in my unit, a resident has to wait 2 years to get that license for archery, and as many as 10 or more for a late rifle season. So in reality, the landowners get 20% off the top. If you move to 75-25, what that really means is that 60% of the quota goes to resident hunters in the public draw, which is where we compete for licenses. What I would ask the commission to do is adopt 80-20 across the board. It's extremely simple. I don't see why we, just back in November, we moved units to 80-20. Why would we ever go back to 75-25? And while there will be a revenue impact, again, you have a $52 million surplus, and I signed up to get fee increases annually through CPI. As far as point banking, well, one other thing on the landowner vouchers, what those vouchers become is they become an outfitter landowner set aside. If I get 4 elk tags, I can only use one of them. It's a list A tag. If I get 4 deer tags, buck tags, I can only use one of them. And those other licenses have to go somewhere. And if you have an outfitter that has an exclusive right to use lease, he is the only place for that license to go. So while, I get outfitters want to stay in business, landowner vouchers is how they do it. In regards to point averaging and banking, I would ask that you oppose that. I mean, it will just destroy mid-tier units as far as point creep goes. So thank you very much for the time today.
Thank you. And it looks like we don't have our other public comments, so that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay. So I think we are at a place of guiding the staff in terms of the next steps. Commissioner Blecka? Not on that? Okay. So this is, sorry, Commissioner Haskett, you're in my blind spot. Sorry. It's hard. It's hard when I can't see right next to me. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a lot to say. One thing I think is confusing, so a lot of people keep mentioning big game season structure. That is completely separate from this. This is just an allocation issue. Mr. Hildy brought up landowner licenses or the landowner preference program. That's by statute. That's something we do not control at all, right? Okay. Preference points. If you were to ask one question, everybody will agree there's a problem with preference points in this state. The problem is we ask too many questions. You have 2 surveys on here, one which was actually done very well. The other one I think was not done as well because it was just on the website. And if you didn't go to the website, you didn't do that. I think we keep kicking the can down the road on preference points, and you guys mentioned that, but I think preference point banking is something we need to do. We did it a few years ago. People liked it. I don't understand exactly why when we did it a few years ago, now it's so hard to implement again. I'm not sure if that's before we did IPAWS or not, but I think it's something that we can do. If you look at the first study, 48% of the people supported doing preference point banking. Every commission has kicked this can down the road, and it's a problem. I think we need to move forward with it. The 75-25 allocation, I can go with. I wish we would have looked at moving only 5%, moving 10% at a time, I think is a lot. It's a big change, but I can go with the 75-25. And that's all for now. Thank you.
If I'm, sorry, if I may, on the comment form, when we have the time, we definitely like to do random sample surveys like the big game attitude survey that we did, because that is, a random sample to get at a different selection of big game hunters. With the timeline that we were asked to work under, to consider this as a 2024 change, that really just leaves us with the option of what we generally call the public comment forum and doing that online. I did want to mention that we did advertise that through our e-news. We emailed the contact list that we have, like from our focus groups that we did on allocation preference points last year. So we really did try to get the word out on the comment form availability. And we also, we've helped members of the public that struggle with computer technology. We've manually entered their responses when they're struggling with it. So we really do try to make it something that anyone can respond to. And if Danielle or Matt have any other responses to questions, they're welcome to join me back up here again as well.
Yeah. I know you did well with the timeline, and that's why I look more to the first study, because it was actually a broader study, and look to the results of that study.
Commissioner Flecka.
Can we do these like separate? Do they have to be together today for the end of days, or can we?
So this is an information item. So we're providing some feedback. So yes, we can.
Yeah, we just requested that if there are changes that you are looking for 2024, we would need to know to bring that back as a regulatory change in May. If that 2024 timing is not important, then we could take more time. But our understanding was that these were changes that you want to consider for 2024. And if that's the case, then we just need to know what to bring back as potential regulatory changes that you would take action on in May.
Commissioner Adams? Sorry, Commissioner Beckler, go ahead.
I got kicked out. Thank you. I support the 75-25. If that's something that I would move forward with that today and table the point banking and or whatever for later. Thank you.
Okay, I think I am just tea leaving. 75-25 seems to be a general direction forward. Okay, check. Anything else on the preference point banking or suggestions there, Commissioner Adams? Or whatever else you might want to.
Good. I had so many other topics. No, just this one, I promise. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Haskett, for the reminder that we have been kicking this down the can. It is fascinating to watch so many people in the today's moments being like, we want to keep it what it is. I'm just offering that, or rather the observation that there was real significant interest by the public to make some kind of change, that what we have is not working. And so if we're not ready to make a substantive change at this point, perhaps we can consider some pilots and revisiting some pilots that have already happened. So again, I'm fine with the 75-25 for today, but I am hopeful that there is a willingness to explore something different than what we have right now, right? I mean, nothing that we do is going to be easy. So this expectation that there is going to be some offering that is going to be easy, that isn't going to require some mega lift is wishful thinking. And so I'm hopeful that we have the audacity to tackle this and not kick this can down. I also again, I'm only bringing up the wolf planning because I just think it's interesting. In that moment, we were trying to help the next commission with whatever they need to do. And in this moment, we are actually skirting the responsibility to the power that we have right now to address an issue that is chronic. So I am hopeful that there is some staff recommendations around what is possible, right? Not what isn't. And again, I think that this compromise is an example of how the staff continues to make a way out of no way. So I'm continuing to ask you and the stakeholders and the roundtables and the associations, what are we willing to do now? What compromises are we willing to make now? What we have is not working. Thank you.
Commissioner Bailey.
Oh, I was just going to say that thank you, Commission, for the direction on the 75-25, and we can certainly then bring that back in May as an action item. And on preference points, I'm hearing that there's interest perhaps not in making a change in May, but continuing to have some discussion. I guess what I would put on the table is with us, we've started our big game season structure outreach around the topics that we all discussed in January. In the past, we've kind of carved preference points out of that big game season structure discussion, just knowing it's such a big topic. So it might be helpful to know from the Commission, could we continue working on big game season structure and revisit preference points as that process wraps up? So again, as a standalone, I just worry somewhat about our staff resources or folding that back into what is already a fairly full big game season structure discussion.
I'm just guessing that that's probably a good recommendation or way forward. No? If it wraps into everything else, we stall everything else. So I'll just keep going around, and we do have folks waiting for our awards at lunch. So we're gonna wrap this up some way or another as we have guests that have arrived. Commissioner Bailey.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm comfortable wrapping that decision up and in the big game season structure and getting some additional random sampling around it from the public with the big games attitude survey. I will note in my PowerPoint that there is a preference point banking staff alternative and a group applications possible alternatives listed. So I guess if the commission does feel strongly about it today, clearly there was some thought put into having to give guidance on that, but I'm comfortable waiting.
Okay, and just to be clear, you're comfortable pulling out the preference point conversation from the big game structure process and having the 75-25 move forward. Is that what I'm hearing from you, Commissioner Bailey?
I think what I was hearing from Katie was wrapping the no. Okay, then I'm confused again, as always.
Yeah, I think one way or the other, we're peeling out the preference point conversation just because of its complexity. That is Katie's recommendation. I'm not saying that we're agreeing to do that. I'm saying that is Katie's straw man recommendation that's on the table.
Carrie.
If there are just differences of opinion on that, we can go forward. Commissioner Haskett.
I would like to see us move forward with it. If we move it after big game season structure, we're still kicking the can down the road again. And that will be, so we started the big game season structure, which takes 18 months. So we're another 2 years out. You mentioned in the memo that if we don't do it now, it wouldn't take effect if we did it now till 2025 anyway. So if we did it in 18 months, we're essentially kicking it down the road till 2028, something like that. I'm not comfortable with that. If you put it all on the calendar, it's too far.
Yeah. I'm going to go to staff first, and I'll come back. Commissioner Adams.
Matt Eckert, Treasurer Program Supervisor. I guess I'm at a loss at what staff is expected to do in bringing what back to the commission for review in regards to averaging points for groups and point banking. I believe we have, unless we're talking about a full-blown survey, which we are not planning to do for the remainder of the big game season structure process.
Well, here's what I might suggest that we do for some sort of litmus test on this. I also hear the urgency around this. And I don't know whether you can disentangle the two in some way and maintain the urgency on the preference point process. Can you do those in parallel with moving both forward so that we're not in a 2028 decision-making mode, to Commissioner Haskett's point? Sorry, I know that's putting you on the spot, and we can bring it back after lunch if you want to visit about it and come back, just as a thought. Commissioner Adams, while we're waiting for that.
So I just wanted to clarify that I am not interested in having further discussion about this at the next meeting, or rather, if we do, I'm here. However, I am interested in just pushing back on, we're going to keep the status quo. Like, that's not an option. So if that option's not on the table, what is the option? What are the options? So that's, I guess, where I'm going with it. That would be my interest in the next meeting. Thank you.
Well, and I think this is where we're in a circular challenge, because I think what you're hearing is that there are changes that have been pushed and pressed by the public and by this commission, and continuing to wait simply kicks it down the road again. And I don't know that you're going to get, short of maybe Commissioner Haskett, specific recommendations on what that is, other than what I think Commissioner Adams is saying, is that we need to see what those alternatives might be. So I don't know what the answer is on that. Commissioner Blecka and then Commissioner Haskett.
Could we split it and come back in May to have like legit conversation on the points? Can we make that like the hard day versus today? Because I don't feel like collectively we have the information, that individually or collectively we have the information that we need at this point to move forward with the points. But maybe by May we would-ish. I'm comfortable with the other part, the allocation part, but that's my suggestion. I don't even know if that's possible.
Commissioner Adams.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. What I would be hopeful for here are some pilot options that we can consider to inform what a more extensive overhaul could look like. To Commissioner Haskett's point, 2028 is not okay. So my concern there is actually we're going to have the public put something on and legislators put something on. Like if we don't make a move, somebody else is going to make a move. And unfortunately, when that happens, we're saddled with things that we were already working on, but now we have these other directives and responsibilities. And so my hope is that coming back, we'll have 2 or 3 options of pilots that we can consider to help mitigate some of the challenges we're having around preference points. Thank you.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess what I would like to see is when you come, this is an informational item, when you come back for the action item, you can have the status quo or preference points. I would like to see the preference points in there. The averaging, I get why we don't want to do that. I understand all the loopholes in that, but I would like to see that as an option when we come back as an action item.
And just to be clear, what would you like to see?
Preference point banking.
Preference point banking, okay. And remember, we had 48% of the public feedback supported banking. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, I'm just saying that's the feedback that we got. So that is the quandary that we are in. Sometimes I suppose if you don't have an alternative, you don't know what it is, right? And I think the noise around this has been strong enough. So can you bring back, I think you've got clarity on the 75-25. This one, I think we need to have a recommendation, whether that's status quo or here are the alternate recommendations for this commission to consider. Matt?
We would have to define the problem statement for what we're trying to achieve with preference points. Because the problem is different depending on your situation. So that's something we would have to start with. But as far as significant changes though, we are making a major change by moving forward with allocation change. This change is 75-25. If the commission adopts it, is a major change. We're also looking at a potential major change to over-the-counter licensing for archery elk. That is another major change. So preference point banking, if you go back to the August workshop materials, one of the staff's messages is that this is a problem generally in the highest cohorts of the hunts we have. The people that are chasing those hard-to-get-to, high-demand hunts are not able to get them because demand is so high. Preference points is generally not a problem in the lower point cohorts of hunts. So let's be clear on what the problem is, and then we can tackle it together. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not certain I'm still not certain there's clarity on what we're asking you to bring back other than alternatives to the status quo for us to consider with rationale for that. And maybe with that context in mind, that where this is a rub, and I don't know that we can define the problem other than it's noisy and it's problematic. We've heard it for years. So somehow we need to address this and at least have some opportunities to respond as a commission as part of this deliberation. Acting Director Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may regret asking this, but I'm going to ask anyway. So I want to make sure that the commission does not want us to come back with alternatives for group averaging also, only for point banking, correct?
I think we're hearing that. Is that right? Okay, so you've at least can check that one off the list. Okay. Okay, so we've got 75-25 clear, and we're going to have alternatives brought back to us for preference points to the best of your ability. With the notion in mind that if we wait, we just wait longer, and it just, I don't know that it gets any easier, so let's rip the Band-Aid and let's figure out if we can find some solutions. And recognizing how much is on everybody's plate. So thank you very much to the staff for that counsel from the commission. Okay, so we're going to move. I don't think we have public comment on 16, so I don't know that it would matter if we move that to after lunch, just in consciousness of our folks that are waiting for our awards and presentations. So if we can get that underway, Mark.
Madam Chair, Acting Director, Commissioners, Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager. And it's nice to segue from that comment period to something very positive. All of our employees at Colorado Parks and Wildlife work very diligently to bring the mission of our agency to the public. But we have a couple of groups of employees here that we specifically want to recognize today. Many of them are in person, and I'm going to turn this over to you and Acting Director Dugan at this point. So thank you very much for the opportunity to recognize them.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to have a slight departure from our usual awards and how we approach this, just in the spirit of being creative and not ever forgetting some of the folks that sometimes are right in front of you. And that sometimes don't get acknowledged. So Heather is going to take the first part of this, and then I'll take the second part. Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. So we'd like to recognize the CPW staff who participated in the Keep Colorado Wild implementation team for their dedication, time, and efforts toward the successful development and implementation of the KCW Pass. CPW required expertise from policy and planning, financial services, marketing, public information, licensing, the field, and such. Those experts were in turn required to coordinate with the Department of Revenue, DNR, Aspira, county clerks, and a private consulting company. Working across organization units and with other agencies and outside vendors, this team launched the KCW Pass on time, which I love, and with little controversy or problems, which I really love. They each worked through a variety of issues and challenges, sometimes with last-minute meetings and phone calls. They had to make adjustments, problem solve, and occasionally negotiate to make everything work. They were also individually committed to the success of this program to the point where a few of them renewed their own vehicle registrations in the middle of the night, and that was to test the system, and then they celebrated when they were able to stay opted in and renew their registration successfully. We know that many individuals throughout CPW helped to make the KCW Pass a success. Beyond the KCW implementation team itself, there are many employees that took the work of the implementation team and ensured that it was communicated to the public. From the call center to the front desks, to our field staff answering questions, we would like to thank everyone for their dedication to this important piece of CPW's future. But today we would like to specifically recognize the KCW implementation team. And the members are Katie Lanter, Mike Minata, Danielle Eisenhart, Kirk Techlitz, Debbie Leininger, Martha Beavers, Bridget O'Rourke, Rebecca Farrell, Brett Lauder, and Scott Roush. So if you could all please come up, that would be fantastic.
Okay, thank you very much to the team for that. So the second group we'd like to recognize, and I think it's appropriate that we're in Aurora in March of 2023 because we were supposed to be here in March of 2020, and then a global pandemic hit or really settled in. And those of us who were around at that time certainly remember that CPW did not have any system in place to conduct remote Parks and Wildlife Commission meetings. In fact, it was unheard of to not have an in-person meeting. And I would say that for those of us who've been around for a long time, we recognize that that's really the standard for these meetings, is for us to be here in person. And at the same time, we had to continue to conduct business somehow and literally create a new system. So by law, commission meetings must be attended by a minimum number of commissioners and allow for the public to participate in past regulations and conduct other CPW business like real estate transactions, advisory committee appointments, et cetera. You all know what we do in a public space, and doing that virtually we don't even think twice about it now, right? But at the time, it just was not a thing. So Dion Cool, Kirk Techlitz sprang into action, working with us to acquire Zoom meeting capabilities and figure out how to deploy them seamlessly to conduct commission meetings. And this lady over to our right, Laura Porter, ensured the commissioners knew how to participate, provided Zoom support, and on top of her standard commission assistant duties to develop commission agendas, organize staff presentations, and take meeting notes. So for more than a year and several times in between, as we've had Omicron and surges and all the things that sort of put us back into a virtual framework, we conducted virtual commission meetings. And then the next challenge arose, which was hybrid meetings, which I hope, personally in the future, continue to provide public access to the commission, and hopefully there is some blessing in disguise in that regard. So now we have this hybrid meeting model where we can have the public and others both in person and virtual. So Dion and Kirk acquired the needed technology, hired a consultant to provide audio support. Sydney Mickle, also, who's been great, joined the road crew, developing much needed procedures for IT support and meeting room setup, and learning how to back up Dion and Kirk with important tasks like streaming the commission meetings to YouTube. Laura, of course, sets up every meeting, from packing the trailer to coordinating local staff support to ensuring that the meals are provided, which is daunting set of moving parts to manage. She also gets us all reimbursed and all those things that are on her plate. So each commission meeting essentially takes a week or more, really, for Laura, Dion, Kirk, and Sydney to carry out, and there's a meeting nearly every month. And oh, by the way, the last few months, there's been a few more. So it's a tremendous time commitment on top of their other duties. The commission meetings would not happen without this team and without those meetings. Setting commission regulations and policies that affect all parts of the agency would grind to a halt. Not only does this team get things done, they do it remarkably well. Other state agencies sought out to find how we are doing our virtual meetings so that they could emulate this approach. This team is highly deserving of recognition for what they do to keep CPW's operations going. So please join me in thanking Dion, Kirk, Laura, and Sydney right now. Thank you.
think mine is working, so it might just be.
I've been turned off.
Test.
Here, we can switch you out here.
Okay, I think I'm hearing that. All right, we are back in session. This is the March 15th Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. We did not get to item number 16 before lunch, so we're going to do that in just a moment, but Commissioner Haskin has asked to make a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in January, I asked about moving archery over the counter to now. I am going to add, if everybody else is okay with this, I would like to direct staff to just move it to the big game season structure, and that will take one thing off their plate for now. What's everybody think? Okay. Good?
Helpful? I am seeing thumbs up around the room. We like those, so great. Okay. So we're going to dive right into item number 16, which is Chapter W9, Wildlife Properties, and we'll turn it back to Hillary and the team.
All right, so we're on agenda item number 16. This is found on the pink paper. This covers Chapter W9, Wildlife Properties. And with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mark.
Good morning, or no, it's good afternoon. That's right. Hopefully everyone had a good lunch. Good afternoon, Deputy Director Mock, Madam Chair Hauser, Commissioners, and Acting Director Dugan. Mark Lamb, Area Wildlife Manager. I am one of the area wildlife managers that's been assigned to the State Wildlife Area Working Group. My three cohorts in crime are Adrian Archuleta in the southwest, Kirk Oldham in the northwest, and then Sean Shepard in the southeast. So a lot of this work is contributed to this team, and as well as all the other AWMs and field staff. So just wanted to briefly give you, especially since we're behind schedule, just a little history for some of the newer commissioners on what we've been trying to do here. So the state wildlife areas, back probably 2016-17, we started realizing there was a pretty big increase in recreation, all kinds of recreation. And so we were given the task of trying to figure out what to do to try to rein in some of this recreation. And so just kind of to remind you, state wildlife areas have three really big purposes: wildlife, wildlife habitat, and wildlife-related recreation. And that actually aligns with the commission policy for use of state wildlife areas. The fourth component of that is really other forms of recreation other than wildlife-related recreation are okay as long as they don't impact those first three. So that was really the key for us as the working group, working on this state wildlife area, trying to get that, try to figure it out, how to do some more management. So one of the first things we did, we started reviewing the types of recreation that are on wildlife areas. And with that being said, just when we first started this group, actually Regional Manager Ackerman, so that's how long ago this goes back, was actually assigned as our leadership team member to help do this. So we started looking at intended uses, purposes of the wildlife area, and what the conflicts are. And when you start looking at 350 wildlife areas, we had quite a bit of work to get done. So we started doing that work as well as looking at regulations and were there regulations that we needed to change, or maybe there weren't regulations we needed to change. So as we were going through this process, the leadership team then came up with the idea, and I think the commission also, of coming up with an external working group. So an external working group was formed with different groups to help give us some insight from what's happening outside CPW. So the external working group helped, and I'll fast forward. The first phase of our work was to come up with the State Wildlife Area Access Pass, which was approved by the commission unanimously and went into effect July of 21. So the next step was, how do we now start looking at the recreation and start bringing it into making sure that's not impacting our wildlife areas? So we started analyzing properties. We came up with what we called a tier system internally to try to rank properties so that we could see which properties could have recreation, which properties were super important for wildlife as far as whether it was wintering areas, migration corridors. So we tried to make sure that we were ranking them or tiering them, and we were consistent across the state. And once we had done that, we actually had the external working group then look at those rankings to make sure that it fit with just not internally but externally. So we did that, and what came down to was now looking at the regulations, Chapter 9. And initially, when we looked at Chapter 9, the suggestion was made, we'll look at the first part, the general provisions, and then work on property-specific regulations. Well, we started that process, and it turned out that they were so intermingled that you couldn't do one without working on the other. So we got the okay to start working on it as one package. We came up with a draft that the LT and the AG has looked at, and we're kind of moving forward with that. And so just in a nutshell, a couple of the big, and as we have here, significant changes. We came up with a definition of a vessel. We came up with a definition of vehicle and use. We came up with recreational camping and fires. And it was really interesting because I can't believe we had so many different ways of saying you could or you couldn't have a fire in our Chapter 9 regulations. It was amazing. Dogs, water contact activities, drones, and aircraft. So in those general provisions, these were kind of the major things that we really looked at to try to make sure that we were moving in the right direction. The next step was to then look at the property-specific regulations, or 901B, and that's where you try to have more prohibitions for that property. But we started looking at it, well, let's look at allowances. Are there ways we can have more allowances? And that came back to that tier system. So we really didn't change very much in the property-specific regulations, except we tried to come up with some standardized wording, so we didn't have 20 different ways that say you could have a fire. We looked at trying to keep things as consistent as possible, and then we said, yes, we might need, now that we've looked at some properties that probably have more implications for wildlife, and are they still meeting that intended purpose, we came up with some that might have some now prohibitions that they might not have had in the past. But as I mentioned, we're also looking at how to do allowances through that tier system, through different types of recreation. So that's that nice document, 80-something page document, red line document that you got in your mailing. That's what we have worked on as a draft to start this three-step process, to try to, as Commissioner Adams said, not kicking a can down the road, trying to keep this project going. So I'd be amiss if I didn't comment that thank you to Commissioner Haskett and Commissioner Vardy. They've been on the external working group, and Commissioner Otero was kind of as one of the external working group members. So that's where we're at. And I think Hillary is going to run over what our hopeful timeline is.
Yeah, so looking at this timeline, you can see this has been a long process to get to this point. We're now on this timeline, the phase 5. So we're still working with our external working group, but we're also going to start taking public comment. These changes are starting to be discussed at the sportsperson roundtable and caucus meetings. We're also going to work on adding this topic to engage CPW in the near future. As far as the timeline goes, we're planning to do these changes in a 3-step process. This meeting would be covering the first step, or issue stage. At the May meeting, we'll cover the draft regulations, and then we'll have final regulations to be approved at the June meeting. This will allow the changes to be reflected in the Rec Lands brochure. And with that, we can take any questions.
Questions, comments? Commissioner Adams, and then Touchdown.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that update. And actually, I was curious, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the commissioner comments this morning, but I talked about the Destination Stewardship Advisory Council with the Office of Tourism. And I mentioned that they are in the process of designing or in collecting research on the impacts of outdoor recreation on habitat and wildlife. And so I was just curious to know if there's representation from that office or from that agency on the work group. So that's one question. And if not, are there opportunities to share with them the work that you have already done to ensure that they're not duplicating efforts in their interest to, again, change the mindset of how we recreate in this state to a more regenerative, again, and by that I mean leaving it better than we found it as opposed to sustaining what is. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Adams, and I apologize if I start coughing. I'm ahead of Katie, what she has. I'm kind of a little bit ahead of her. So no, they were not on the external working group when it was formed. So no, but to answer your question, that's why we're hoping to use Engage CPW so that they could provide us comments. And I'm always open if they want to contact me for discussion. I'm more than happy to speak to whomever on this.
Yeah, I think that would be my preference because, again, we all know how hard and expensive and time-consuming research is, and I would hate for them to try and recreate the efforts that you have already paid for and analyzed and done data around. So thank you so much for that clarification, and happy to make the connections. I think Jody Kennedy actually sits on the council, on that advisory council for CPW, or was my understanding. I thought she was a DNR, but anyway. My larger point is Jody Kennedy would be the person to make sure that that information is going to Jill Corbin, who is the Deputy Director for Destination Stewardship at the Office of Tourism. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner, I will make a point of touching base with Jody.
Okay, Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to ask Hillary to read us all the red lines. That'll ruin the agenda. No, actually, I wanted to commend you guys for it's a huge amount of work. 80 pages, and most of it's red. So you've had to make a significant number of decisions and changes. I actually just wanted to make a comment, and this is in the vein of taking the punch when you deserve it. There's one in there, Two Buttes Wildlife Refuge, which is near where I live, and we've artfully said that prohibited water contact activities are allowed in the reservoir only, but that'll prevent people from jumping off these cliffs into this area where they've been jumping. Some people describe it as a rite of passage for locals in the area, but I'm in favor of what you've done, which is to restrict that, because people get killed, and we shouldn't have rites of passage that result in our youth getting killed. And so I just, I know it'll be controversial, but I wanted to commend you for making that decision, and I'll take the hit from the folks of Baca County if they want to yell at someone. I'm in favor of restricting that. The additional thing, which I didn't see in there, is part of that problem is alcohol, and part of and glass bottles that makes it, an area that doesn't look like it has much to do with wildlife. So as you continue with this process, we might look at alcohol use in some areas, which doesn't have anything to do with any of the three core purposes of wildlife areas, or at least what the alcohol is coming in, so that it doesn't end up shattered and giving everyone cut feet. But anyway, that's just my thought.
And the Two Buttes example that you brought up, Commissioner, was the exact example of why that prohibition was put in there, because there's been a couple of fatalities of people jumping off those cliffs. So, and the field staff out there worked pretty diligent on trying to word it and try to figure it out so there was less implications or less kickback. So, thank you.
Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you. This was a huge lift for staff, and it's kind of gone through different people, and I'm happy to see that we're getting closer to the end, or I feel like we're almost to the end, and anyway, it looks really good to me. And I encourage each commissioner to look in their own counties and see what they think of the state wildlife areas there, and if they agree with it all. Thank you.
So this may not be one and the same. We had a lot of feedback around a couple of points of river access as it relates to state wildlife areas, particularly in Gabriel's backyard. Commissioner Otero's at the Loma boat ramp. So just maybe generally a question on how that's improved or smoothed, smoothed over. In glancing, I didn't see that necessarily mentioned specifically, but I did see the mention about pets or dogs, which are permitted at that particular location once you get on the river, but it would read in the regulations that they're not permitted unless they're in the act of hunting. So I don't know whether that is clarified someplace else, and I probably missed it. Thank you. Would you just point that out? Thanks.
Yeah, so if you scroll down in the document to the Loma boat ramp specifically, it does say dogs are allowed for part D, and it kind of clarifies that launching expectation. It's on page 49.
Loma boat ramp has been one of our poster children.
Yes.
So
There's one in my backyard too, which is Iron Bridge on the Roaring Fork. So that's the other one that I get lots of email about that one too. Thanks for pointing that out. Any other questions on this item, which is information, so we can move forward if there are no others? Thanks for the heavy lift on this. We will move to item number 18, which is also Hillary, Ty, and Perry on the backcountry search and rescue. I think we've had this tentatively planned for a couple of meetings and we run out of time, so yay.
All right, so again, we're on agenda item number 18. This is found on the tan paper. This covers Chapter W16, Parks and Wildlife Procedural Rules. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ty and Perry.
All right, good afternoon. Hope everybody's well. Afternoon, Madam Chair, Acting Director Dugan, and the rest of the commissioners. We appreciate you having us here today to talk about search and rescue. My name is Ty Petersburg. I'm the Acting Assistant Director of Field Services. And joining me is Perry Boydston. He's one of our newer employees. He came to us in January from the Department of Local Affairs, so we'll talk about that here in just a second. We are here to give you an update on backcountry search and rescue. We tried to start this process last March, and we had to kind of hurry through, much like this meeting, so we are going to do our best to help you get back onto track here. This is step one of two for some proposed regulations. We wanted to give you some background and update on what this program looks like, and then just provide you with the regulations package for backcountry search and rescue for you to consider. Before we get too far, I do want to just give some very specific thank yous to where we are right now. I think we'd all like to be a little further along than we are, but we have some very, very passionate people that have got us to this point, including legislation and just the passion they bring to the table. Those folks, just to specifically acknowledge, is Rio Blanco County Sheriff Anthony Mazzola, Summit County Sheriff Jamie Fitzsimons, Clear Creek County Sheriff Rick Albers, and then joining us today back behind us is the Executive Director of Colorado Search and Rescue Association, Jeff Sparhawk, and the President of Colorado Search and Rescue Association, Paul, or as everybody knows him, Woody Woodward. So without these folks in the mix, we would not be anywhere where we are today. We've got a long ways to go, but it's going to be good. And so with that, we will get into the meat of it, and I'll turn it over to Perry.
As you guys know, search and rescue has been around for a very long time. But I want to take you back to 1984, and I tell this story quite frequently because it's one of the first times that the legislature really understood how much search and rescue was costing. Legislators got involved after an incident in Mineral County when two out-of-state hunters separated and got lost. One hunter eventually made it back to camp and the other one did not. Sheriff Phil Leggett of Mineral County was called to arrange a search group, starting with community members and horses. After a very short time, realized he was in over his head and called in dog teams, professional search organizations, as well as multiple air assets, including Chinooks from Fort Carson. On the sixth day, the hunter was finally located in an unfortunate state. The total bill to the county was estimated at right around $75,000. SAR legislation was passed 3 years later in 1987, which allowed the 25-cent surcharge on hunting and fishing licenses. That was to go to reimburse counties for search and rescue related costs. So much has changed since then. More hunters, more anglers, more tourists, more recreationalists, more vehicles. People go deeper into the backcountry. More risky activities. One thing that's remained the same, it's all volunteers providing these services. It's estimated that there are 2,500 BSAR volunteers across Colorado, each one donating between 200 and 400 service hours per year and spending roughly between $1,500 to $2,000 of their own money to do it. That's humbling. In 1992, the 25-cent surcharge was added to OHV, snowmobile, and boat registrations. And then in 2001, the program added an additional funding stream, initially called the Hiker Card in DOW. It was later renamed the Colorado Outdoor Search and Rescue Card. It began selling for $3 for a one-year card and $12 for a five-year card. By engaging this group that was different from hunters, anglers, OHV, snowmobilers, motorcyclists, we were able to provide safety information, outdoor educational information, and general awareness in search and rescue programs at the local level. I want to also mention that the Colorado Search and Rescue Card is not insurance, as services are generally provided for free. The card sales and the card have been used to prioritize the process for reimbursing search and rescue teams. Currently, the SAR fund revenues, approximately $600,000 in revenue generated annually, of which 80% comes from CPW licenses and registrations, and then 20% comes from the sales of the Corsair cards. Varying by years, an average of $30,000 is requested for incident reimbursement. So reimbursement of a large number of different items: mileage, fuel, hotels if searchers need to stay a night, broken or damaged equipment. Some situations, the reimbursement is contract helicopters. And so the remainder of those funds are then applied toward administrative program costs and then dispersed to counties in the form of grants for training and equipment.
Okay, so just to give you a picture of what historically search and rescue looked like, most often when an event occurs, the call goes out to whoever happens to be close, be it a land management agency, a wildlife officer, a park ranger, it might be county open space or whomever, and people just respond. Operationally, it ends up where those that come help, but statutorily, the operational authority actually lies with the county sheriff, and that is in 2433.5707. It's mandated, it's obligated to the sheriff in statute. They have the authority over the operational control of these operations. There's all kinds of people that are involved. It might be BLM, it might be the sheriff's office, it might be CSAR, us. There's all kinds of people. But at the end of it all, it is the sheriff for that end. Most often, the sheriff is going to work with a volunteer organization, CSAR perhaps directly. They probably have a nonprofit group that works under the authority of the sheriff through an MOU. And really, these groups, the background of backcountry search and rescue, are these volunteer groups, whether it's a local place or maybe CSAR, like the gentleman we have in the back. They really provide the technical expertise, They help coordinate, they can see the broader picture of how these operations work together, and then they do that hand in hand with the sheriff and the other responding agencies. So historically, these two groups have been very, very important to how search and rescue has moved along. And so now we have some recent legislation due in large part to the hard work of, again, Jeff and Woody in the back and several sheriffs as well. In 2021, Senate Bill 245 defined backcountry search and rescue. It outlined a pilot program for us to follow. It provided some money. It looked at the psychological needs of volunteers, credentialing, a varied batch of things to try to take care of. You guys are well aware of KCW, which came about in 2021. Part of that generates $2.5 million, hopefully, with our Keep Colorado Wild pass that will be sold, or that is getting sold right now. So $2.5 million is actually earmarked for backcountry search and rescue out of those monies. House Bill 1326 dedicated $2.25 million to backcountry search and rescue in a flexible fund grant that Perry has been administering from DOLA until he came to us. And that is money that can go towards sheriffs and nonprofits generated from that bill. And then finally, this last year, Senate Bill 168 provided $1 million as bridge money until KCW money comes on board. It moved personnel and resources from DOLA over to Colorado Parks and Wildlife as of January 1st, 2023. So that's why we are here right now. Additionally, in there, that bill provided for immunity for volunteers. There's an injury and death benefit for volunteers, and it's just helping give us a guideline for what backcountry search and rescue looks like moving forward. With that, and importantly, 1.4 FTEs, I'm not quite sure what 0.4 looks like right now, but 1.4 FTEs came from DOLA over to CPW in the field services branch. Perry represents the 1.0 right now, so he is new to us. So what that means is we have an evolving BSAR model, and what I want to emphasize in this is that this is not CPW running the show. It takes all of us. And again, going back to this idea that the county sheriffs have the operational control of search and rescue as lined out in statute, they need to be in here, forefront, included, involved in all things. CSAR and several of the other groups provide the technical skills, a lot of the coordination and expertise that they just bring to the table, the people that are really passionate about what backcountry search and rescue does on the ground. CPW, our role in this is funding and administration. And I just want to make sure that we're really clear on what roles are. Our role is not to run out on every trailhead. CPW's role is not to be out there to rescue each individual person. We're here as a support function for the sheriffs and for CSAR and the other search and rescue volunteers, and as a means to help generate money for folks. And at the end of it all, we're going to have a pretty cool backcountry search and rescue program that's going to evolve over time. We're just at the front end of that. And so I think with that, we're going to give Perry some opportunity to talk about details.
So as Ty said, we had the 1326 grant funding of the $2.25 million. We awarded $1.1 million earlier in 2022, or late 2022, in 2022. And then we have a grant funding opportunity currently open for just a little over $1 million. So behind the scenes logistics, we've done a lot to prepare for CPW or prepare the BSAR program with CPW, looking at marketing and migration of the program, a lot of work done behind the scenes to convert some of the DOLA data to IPAWS and what that will look like going forward for Corsair card sales and data management, and movement of the SAR fund, the grants, recreating contracts, and looking at how those contracts will move forward in the upcoming years. We held the BSAR Summit in November of last year, which really gave us set the stage, created the groundwork for how BSAR was going to function further. and I'll talk about later the advisory council. And then, of course, preparing for the regulatory package here. So in the hopper now, we're looking at an incident database, a lot of different ideas behind that, but certainly pushing through as an important critical piece of the next steps. We've taken the items that are in the hopper. There were several recommendations from the BSAR study, and we chose those as immediate projects. The projects further include credentialing systems and structures for volunteers, determining if a single coverage option for workers' compensation for volunteers was feasible or appropriate. We're continuing to offer mental health training for volunteers, and we're developing strategies for funding for KCW.
All right, so we'll get to the meat of this. You have some regulations in your package for today, and again, this is the step 1 of 2. So this is just for information and for you to consider, to ask questions. And I'm sure Hillary will help correct me here when I step in it a little bit. Legislatively, search and rescue regulations rolled over from DOLA to CPW on January 1st, even though they're not physically in our regulations or on our website. Just because of the way the statute worked, those became CPW regulations on that date. So what we wanted to do is provide a new regulation package for you to consider that kind of addresses 3 major things. 1, conformity to CPW language and to our format. 2, to update the BSAR Council and the composition and role of that council. And then 3, to propose an increase to the Corsair card price. And so that's what we're going to talk about here today, really briefly for you to consider. I'm just going to hit on this really quickly. We would have loved to put everything in one place. It just doesn't make sense for our regulations. So the package that's in front of you is going to go into 3 different chapters. So most of the process and procedures are going to be in W16. That addresses what our council would look like, how the grant funding is going to work, the process for submitting claims and whatnot. Chapter P7 addresses Corsair cards and registration fees on OHVs, snowmobiles, and boats. And then Chapter W0 is the hunting and fishing license search and rescue fees, which right now are unchanged. The other part of this is that any reference to DOLA is changing to CPW, to the division, to the director of CPW, just to clean that language up. By and large, these regulations look very, very similar to what DOLA regulations did. We're just trying to convert them over and get a head start on a few things.
So the update to the BSAR Council and role has, as Ty said, looks very similar to the Department of Local Affairs system. We're looking at a backcountry search and rescue council composed of 3 elected county sheriffs, 2 members of CSAR, 2 employees of Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and 2 at-large members, all of which would be appointed through the division director. And really the purpose behind that is to have a coordinated collaboration of professionals looking at funding considerations and to fill gaps, identify barriers, and engage in long-term efforts towards sustainability of the BSAR program. So within that, the division director will approve all, or give the final approval for all reimbursements in the distribution of funds. The Corsair card price increase since 2001, as I talked about earlier, the price was $3 for a 1-year card and $12 for a 5-year card. Most of the demographics of purchasers for those cards are hikers, skiers, mountain bikers, visitors, tourists. The vendors that we've had in the past mostly have been in the mountainous areas and in the ski areas, tourist destinations. Let's go to the next one. Thank you. So now what is being proposed is an increase in the Corsair card cost. So a one-year Corsair card would go from $3 to $5. A 5-year Corsair card would go from $12 to $20, which is still below the CPI index for that time period. And the projections, so state fiscal year 20, state fiscal year 21 and 22 were all from DOLA and their sales. Total sales from each one of those averaged to be about $112,000 a year, with the price increase considering, or the average, considering sales remains the same, we could total $185,000 in Corsair card sales, which is a difference of $73,000.
I'm going to tag in here really quick just on the Corsair card question. I'm just guessing this maybe is rolling around in your minds a little bit. One of the ideas about proposing an increase to Corsair cards as opposed to going toward search and rescue fees, increasing search and rescue fees, is to help spread the effort and the funding of search and rescue beyond hunting and fishing public. They've really bore the burden of these costs for a long time. And so certainly we considered it at this moment, but I think we need to do a little more research before we come back with any kind of proposal for a price increase. But that is why we are recommending the increase on the Corsair card on the front end, just to distribute those costs, those expenses onto other users other than our traditional hunting and fishing users. So I figured that question may be out there. I thought I would address it just at the front end. With that, do you have any questions?
I'm guessing you do. Commissioner Adams and then Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for this presentation. And hello, nice to see you again, Perry. It's different seeing you in the Zoom room versus in person. So my apologies for not like, oh my gosh, that's who you are. Alas, thank you for giving me some skinny. As an outdoor recreationalist, I'm embarrassed that I don't have a SAR card. And I'm realizing that in all of the rooms that I have been in, there has never been a sign up for the SAR card, or here's what it does, and thank you, Ty, for bringing up who is using these services, right? Because that was something, as soon as I started doing the reading, I'm like, wait a minute, 80% comes from where? I'm wondering who. So as you're talking about more data, it would really be helpful to know. I would love to see the disaggregated data around who's using the services by use type. So hiking versus mountain biking versus, right? I think that'll be incredibly helpful information for us to have. I think this also dovetails nicely with the previous conversations commissions have had around increasing wildlife viewing for state wildlife areas, basically and keep Colorado Wild Pass. All of that really, for me, is designed to make sure that everyone who is engaging in these nature-rich places are also accountable, right? Fiscally accountable to ensure. So it's been really wonderful to hear more about that, and I'm excited to have this program under Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I think that is an incredible place for it to be. I do have a few questions, so I'll keep it light today, but one of them was for the council. I was curious just what the meeting frequency, that would just be helpful to know. So that's a low bearing one. Another question around the relationship with our regional co-ops, right? And as just mechanisms for how we can increase not only awareness, because I love when people are aware of things, but what I'm more excited about is when people actually, when people are actions around the knowledge that they receive. So really keeping an eye on hopefully an increase of SAR car holders who are outdoor recreationalists would be an incredible goal. And then let's see. Oh, I was also curious. Wait, is this the same area? No, it's not. I missed the opportunity to ask the previous question, so that's all right. But I was also curious about just the alignment to the state the SCORT plan. And again, as we are incorporating this entity now into Colorado Parks and Wildlife Shop, I'm just curious what the implications for that is as well. So thank you so much. I'm really excited, as I said, to have this program here, to continue to raise awareness for our outdoor recreationalists who are taking advantage of the lion's share of the services that are being provided. I also was taking a look at the volunteer credentialing, and so I would also love to have more data in the months ahead around the volunteer base. Who are they? Where, what demographic information do we have on them? Are some of our folks aging out like some of our other volunteer programs that we offer? Again, for recruitment, those kinds of things will be absolutely incredible to know more about. But just in general, really excited to learn more, to hear more, and hopefully to make sure that our outdoor recreationalists and all those who are engaging are safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I think I can touch on actually a few of your questions, and then we can research the others for you so we do a little better. One of your questions early on was who's using search and rescue. I think that was the gist of one of them. And we do have that data. I don't have it at my fingertips, but unless you remember it off the top of your head, I do want to say roughly 80%-ish, am I close to that, of the folks that are using search and rescue services are they are not hunting or fishing at the time. Most of them are just your recreationists that are going out into the woods. So don't quote me on that number exactly, but it's pretty high that's not hunting and fishing public. The frequency of the meetings, we have not determined that yet. That's going to come with time as we get this council up and going. We have not talked about regional co-ops, so I think that's a great place for us to hit on. The credentialing, one of your questions on that. That hasn't been fully baked yet, but what we're looking at is if you have a, quote, credentialed backcountry search and rescue volunteer, there's going to be certain benefits that come with that. And what that means is, can we figure out how to take care of workers' compensation? Perhaps. Is there a way that you can have coverage if you go from Clear Creek County and you need to go help in Eagle County or Mesa County, and now you have coverage or an MOU or something like that across those lines? Jeff and Woody behind us have certainly worked hard on that over time. We're going to try to formalize some of that with the credentialing. And when you get that, now you have some of these other benefits like the death benefit or the injury benefit should you get hurt while you're out working. I think I got most of your questions on that, but we can come back with more a little later. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Haskett and then Touchton.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a few comments. I actually am a search and rescue volunteer, and it's an amazing program. I don't know what our counties would do without it. When the call comes in, volunteers are extremely important. The fees that for the increase, I don't actually think it's enough. I think it's pretty cheap if you're lost out there for $5 to have somebody come find you or help you if you're hurt or anything like that. It's a big difference. So, and I will tell you, so I'm in Rio Blanco County. I have seen a huge change used to be just hunting was the main person that we were looking for, and now it's mostly Brack. So there's definitely a huge change, and people don't know that you can go buy a card that will help fund this. I think that's important. The other part of it is, at least in our county, we do have training. We all do different kinds of training. I've done helicopter training, I've done hoist training, all kinds of things. So I'm assuming they do that in all counties, but there's definitely a level of training involved in it. But thank you. Thanks for keeping it going.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Just to address a couple of those things, we have seen a pretty significant increase in the search and rescue calls since COVID, and people have gotten more out into the woods. So you are right about that. The training issue in particular, there's a big burden put on backcountry search and rescue volunteers mentally, if not physically. And that was a big part of the legislation that went through. CSAR has been a pretty important partner and a primary role in the training of volunteers. And so hopefully with some of the KCW funds and things like that, we can provide a broad and varied training for search and rescue volunteers out there. And hopefully the other agencies and personnel that are involved as well, including CPW officers or others out there with the federal land management agencies. So hopefully we'll make some headway here.
Commissioner Touchton and then Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks you guys for your presentation. Just, I guess, some feedback, and then for when you come back again, I'm in favor of kicking up the price of the COSAR card. I'd like to see us market it a little better. As Commissioner Adams said, you know, a lot of recreationists aren't aware of it because they're not normally at a place that sells hunting and fishing licenses. So we might have to figure out how to market it at a place that rents cross-country skis or, you know, a different type of vendor to reach that recreationist market. And then on the hunting and fishing license surcharge, the 25 cents, you anticipated that question and you were reluctant to raise it. I can't imagine anyone objecting when we're talking in that. I mean, even with the CPI, it might be $1 now, but I mean, I've had a homeless guy throw a quarter. I gave him a quarter and he threw it at me because he thought I was a cheapskate. So I don't think anyone was going to object to paying more than a quarter. But I think in terms of making that analysis and where you go looking for the money, I'd like to know what the budget should be. You know, I didn't see, like, is there a shortfall? You know, do the groups need more money? Is there people who have done a rescue and been not reimbursed? But I'd like to see the target we're trying to get to make it an adequately funded program, and then the conversation about where we go looking for those funds.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Just a couple things on that. So one of the good, I think there's a lot of good news here, but one of the changes is that the CORSAR card is going to be sold with our iPause machines now. So that is going to be available far and wide, whether it's Safeway or Walmart or whatever. So they've traditionally only been in the ski resorts or some of those other type of vendors. So hopefully we can utilize a wider swath for some of that. As far as the 25-cent surcharge, we did do a pre-analysis, if you will, and I believe the penny amount came to 78 cents or thereabouts if you consider the inflation since 1987. So it's not significant. However, we just wanted to be very conservative in knowing that we have increased and placed additional fees and increased licenses on hunting and fishing. And so we wanted to be cognizant of that, and under counsel from good Counselor Matter here, his opinion is that once we touch that search and rescue fee the first time, then that is our only time to increase it significantly, and then it'll be tied to CPI. So what we wanted to do is really take a more educated and long-term approach to what that amount should be, and we thought it'd be better to press the pause button now, get a better analysis of what the hunting and fishing public would be open to, and certainly our trails folks, the motorized and our boating folks, so that we could do something a little bit more comprehensive and well thought out, instead of just saying, well, 75 cents sounds good. And so we are planning to come back with that at one point or the other. And even at that, if you think about it, the funds are going to be pretty short if you look in the big scheme of things. Your last question, how much money do we need? More. And I can just simply say that. So if you have KCW funds, that's $2.5 million if we're fully funded. And then if we were to go to 75 cents on the SAR fund, reasonably that'd be another 1.8 million. So now you're looking at, if my math is right, 4.3 million. That's a drop in the bucket for the needs out there. So we're going to need to look at what other funding sources there could be. How do you better support our volunteers, rescue operations, air support, radios? It's a pretty wide swath. So yes, sir, we will be coming back with a bigger number later on.
Commissioner Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks so much for this effort and this update. It's really exciting. I'll say one of the most, I think one of the most potentially exciting things about this shift over to CPW is being able to rely on our incredibly talented information education and marketing teams, right, to get the word out about, you know, what BSAR is doing and how folks can, you know, sign up to volunteer and get credentialed, right, to buy a CORSAR card and all of the things we've been talking about. So yeah, just echoing the thanks for this effort and the excitement around sort of building this new evolving program. Just to put a finer point around what is very striking numbers with respect to 80% funds coming from one group and 80% of fund, or 80% of another group essentially using those funds, right, that's an inherently an equity issue, right? We think about the uneven distribution of costs and benefits of a thing. And so I think it does really behoove us to ensure that those who are, right, benefiting from this effort are paying into it. And I think increasing the marketing around that and increasing the education and, like you said, IPAWS is all going to help with that.
Okay, anything else? I have just a comment or two, and that is, as I was sitting here trying to pull up my card, just to show Acting Director Dugan, she said to me, which I thought was interesting, does it show up on My Colorado on the app? And that would be great, because I just have a screenshot of mine, because mine's actually in my backpack someplace. So it just might be something to park, that if you have a card, then it's in your electronic card, and you're sort of nodding, so maybe that's in the works. The other thing that I don't know whether you've considered is a lifetime membership of some level, $50 or whatever. A lot of people do that, and they sort of feel like they're covered, and you can do the math on the amortization on that, just like a National Parks Pass or something like that, if you do that lifetime, whatever that number is. And then finally, I think at least, I don't know, probably folks around the table are inclined to offer some additional contribution or donation. So give that as an option. I'm going to buy my $5 COSAR card, and I'm going to donate another $25. I would imagine you'll have lots of people do that, just given the cause. So just maybe some ideas.
So Perry here next to me is a pretty creative guy, and he is already coming with ideas about how to add value to the CORSAR card. And he's been brainstorming different ideas of what that looks like. But one thing I just want to make sure for anybody listening out there, just so they are aware, if you get a card, it's not necessarily an insurance card like your health insurance. You're contributing to the cause, but it's not as if you're paying a copay for your injury. But it goes a long ways, and your comments are well taken, and we will certainly look at those.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for the great update. It's always great to know that this is out there, and agree with a number of the comments that the more folks that know about this, there's only upside. And make it really easy. Anytime you're checking out from a outdoor goods store or whatever it is, that's kind of when you think about it, right? Is you might get yourself in trouble, and if you have one, nothing happens, right? It's when you don't have one something happens. So we're tempting Murphy. Thank you, gentlemen, and Hillary. Okay, so I think we have the folks we need for this next item in-house. So we're on, for members of the public, we're on item number 19, which is an overview of the City of Fort Collins Halligan Water Supply Project. So come on up if you're on the list for this.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Carlin Armstrong. I'm CPW's Senior Water Resource Engineer and Water Project Mitigation Coordinator. And I am here today virtually with Donnie Dustin, Water Resource Engineer and Project Permitting Coordinator with the City of Fort Collins on the Halligan Water Supply Project. And we are here today to introduce the Halligan Water Supply Project to you. So, CPW staff and the City of Fort Collins have been working toward the development of a fish and wildlife mitigation and enhancement plan for the Halligan Water Supply Project for the last 3 years. This meeting is the first in a 3-meeting process for the Commission to learn about the Halligan Water Supply Project and then to make its recommendation on the Halligan Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan. During today's meeting, we will focus on an overview of the project, and then in mid-April, the Commission will receive the Halligan Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan in preparation for discussions about the plan at the May Commission meeting. At the May meeting, Fort Collins will formally present the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan to the Commission and CPW staff will provide the staff report on the plan. Also, Fort Collins will be able to present the information they've gathered from their public input process on the plan at that point. And then in June, the commission will make its recommendation on the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan. So, as I mentioned, today we will focus on an overview of the Halligan Water Supply Project. Hopefully you had a chance to review the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan overview video and memo that was a part of your meeting packets. We can discuss any questions that arose from those materials during our time today. But first, I would like to hand the floor over to Donnie Dustin with the City of Fort Collins, so the city can do a presentation on the Halligan Water Supply Project. Donnie, are you ready?
I am ready. I just would ask if you can hear me and see the presentation.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Carlin. And hi, Commission. Donnie Dustin. I'm a water resources engineer at the City of Fort Collins. Sorry I couldn't be with you today. It's our spring break up there in Fort Collins, and I'm visiting family in Virginia. But we do have in the audience today Jennifer Dial, who's our water resources manager, and Eric Patyandi, who's our city water attorney. Hopefully they may be able to answer some questions. Otherwise, I'll dive right in. As Carlin mentioned, our purpose today is really to give you an overview of the project in preparation for the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation and Enhancement Plan that we'll present to you in the future. So we'll be touching a little bit on our background, both for the utilities and the project, as well as the status of our permitting and a little bit about design, and take any questions you have. So Fort Collins Utilities serves most of the city of Fort Collins and has been doing so since the 1880s. We're fortunate to have a good portfolio of water sources from the Poudre River and the Colorado Big Thompson or CBT project, which we get delivery via Horsetooth Reservoir. On average, we use about a 50-50 split between these two sources, but we do have to plan for the future. And the city plans for that future through various plans and policies. The Halligan project aligns with several strategic objectives around safe community and environmental health. Those objectives are based on providing and maintaining reliable utility services for public health and safety, providing a resilient, reliable, and high-quality water supply, as well as other objectives around climate resiliency and improving the health of the Poudre River. Halligan also aligns with the water supply and demand management policy. That policy is a key part of that policy is assuring water efficiency. Utilities customers have achieved around a 30% reduction in per capita water use over the last 20 years. And this has helped reduce the size of the Halligan project and helps us prepare for uncertainties like climate change. Key criteria of that policy that drive the need and size of Halligan are shown here. They include having a supply that can meet demands through a 1 in 50-year drought, planning for demand level that is slightly higher than our current demands to account for uncertainties in our future, such as changing growth patterns and types, and having a storage reserve, which is essentially a bank account to deal with emergencies like recent fires we've experienced in our area. This graph illustrates that we lack storage in our system. This shows storage available to us and other Front Range water providers in a per capita format. The bars represent the amount of storage capacity available to these providers divided by the number of people they serve. As you can see, Fort Collins has the lowest amount of storage per capita among these providers. And acquiring Halligan would only about double that amount. Shifting now to the Halligan project itself, this shows the purpose and need statement in our environmental impact statement, which is part of our 404 permit with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The main points in this statement are that we need about 7,900 acre feet of additional supplies by the year 2050, and that be of good water quality, which is expected of our customers. The Corps' review of our future needs are that we're expecting about 34,000 additional people in our service area by the year 2065. We also expect increased use by some of our large contractual users. This expected growth is above what we can currently provide to our customers reliably. So this map shows the location of Halligan on the North Fork of the Poudre River and its relation to Fort Collins. The reservoir is an existing reservoir that was built in 1909 on the North Fork of the Poudre, about 25 miles northwest of Fort Collins. The existing 6,400 acre feet of capacity and the water in it is stored and used by the North Poudre Irrigation Company, but Fort Collins owns the dam and the right to enlarge it. The inset that you see there shows the current and enlarged inundation pools, with dark blue being the current area and light blue being the additional area inundated. The enlargement would provide utilities with about 8,200 acre feet of additional storage capacity, making the enlarged reservoir a total of 14,600 acre feet. So there are several water supply projects underway in northern Colorado. What differentiates Halligan from those others is first its size. It's relatively small. After enlargement, it will be less than 1/10 the volume of Horsetooth Reservoir. Second is that our portion of Halligan will stay full a majority of the time, which means less impacts and less frequent diversions from the river. This graph on the right shows how the city's storage in Halligan will fluctuate through time. We will make smaller changes in most years for the releases that improve flows, and larger but less frequent decreases in storage as water is released during drought periods. Although the project is driven by the need for reliable water supply, it also provides other benefits shown in this slide. Besides meeting future demands, it adds reliability to our current customers. It's a gravity-fed system with no greenhouse gas emissions or extra infrastructure. And it replaces an aging dam, addressing eventual safety issues. Every project of this scale has impacts. This slide lists a few related to inundation and construction. But the primary thing people wonder about is the project's impact to the river. This map tries to illustrate the flow changes. The enlarged operations would result in a slight decrease in spring runoff flows on the North Fork and Poudre rivers, or main stem, upstream of the city, shown here in red. But an increase in flow most months of the year in the stretches shown here in green, which is important because particularly on the North Fork below Halligan, there are current dry up stretches during certain times of the year. So we believe the benefits to the river are what we think set this project apart. Project would reestablish flows to a river that currently looks like this image in some locations in late summer due to existing operations on the North Fork. Reestablishing year-round flows provide river connectivity that's missing today and improves water temperatures at certain locations and during certain times of the year. The reason those benefits are possible is because of the mitigation and enhancement efforts we have integrated into the project. The principles in this slide have guided the city's mitigation efforts being included in the project. We will be targeting existing degraded areas near Halligan and the North Fork watershed. We've been looking for partnerships and opportunities to create those partnerships. And most importantly, looking for opportunities to improve whole systems. As an example, this slide shows the potential results of multiple measures we're proposing that will benefit the North Fork system as a whole. These pictures are in the same location downstream of Halligan. The left photo is what it looks like in a typical late summer condition versus the right photo, which shows the flow conditions after the enlargement. City has put a lot of energy into developing meaningful measures which has been in consultation with CPW staff and other agencies and stakeholders. So we've come a long way since starting the permitting process 17 years ago, and since the Corps released our draft environmental impact statement in 2019. We're currently focused on design, state permitting processes, such as the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan, and finalizing the EIS. These things need to be done before getting our record of decision from the Corps and starting construction, which is currently scheduled to begin in 2026. So expectations for the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan, as Carlin mentioned, submitting that plan to you in mid-April, following shortly after doing public outreach on the plan that we then can present to you in May and June. And with that, I can take any questions that you might have.
Questions? I have a couple, but I'll wait if others have them. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Who owns the land around all of it?
So currently the dam and some of the area around the dam is owned by the city of Fort Collins. My understanding is we also own up to 110 feet above the high water line, or actually above the zero elevation being the bottom of the current reservoir. Otherwise, there are private and some public land ownership around the reservoir, including Parks and Wildlife property on the far west end of the reservoir.
Okay, one thing I don't see addressed in here is recreation. Horsetooth is huge recreation area. I'm wondering if you're thinking about including this in some of the recreation around Fort Collins also.
Currently, right now, we do have an agreement with surrounding property owners. This is an extension of the agreement before we purchased the right to enlarge the reservoir. After construction, we are not planning to have any public recreation on the dam. There are various reasons that we can explain more when we come to you in May and June about that. Mostly safety concerns. It's very windy up there, and there's issues with trying to recover people during bad events that we might have up there when it's windy like that.
Besides the dam, what about recreation in other areas?
Well, the city of Fort Collins certainly has a lot of parks around and other areas outside the city of Fort Collins proper that provide recreation. There are some recreational enhancements that we will present to you in May and June. Carlin, I would ask if that's something that we should try to have ready for when we come in May and June, or if there's something else you can add.
Madam Chair, Commission, Donnie, Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager, and CPW is interested in having recreational opportunities on the reservoir, and I realize that there are some hurdles to get through and some challenges to work through that, but we have had recreation on the reservoir heretofore, and so we would look forward to keeping those conversations going as we move forward through this plan. We realize that the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan is not the proper venue or plan to discuss recreation, so we thought that the best option would be to discuss that in a separate process. So that's what we're doing. So I do look forward to continuing conversations with the city and see if we can get recreation on that reservoir.
Okay, Commissioner Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. This is a very basic question, but I'm not that familiar with this project, but when we're mitigating, it's to make up for something that was destroyed. And your presentation only talked about good things. You said you were going to fix the river and have some increased flows. And so, but I need to know to evaluate what mitigation is necessary is what you're going to destroy.
Well, again, we'll probably present a lot more of that in the May and June meetings, but as it was alluded, at least in one slide, there will be inundation of wetlands around the reservoir, habitat related to that. The dam will actually be building a new dam about 200 feet downstream of the existing. So there will be about 200 feet of inundation of stream plus about 3/4 of a mile upstream of water that's inundated there. So those will be very, very well outlined in the Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan, and we hope to present that in more detail to you in May.
Mr. Vardy, I see you on screen, just making sure. Okay, great. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I presume this water has not been put to this beneficial use for municipal yet, or has it? And if it has not, what has it been used for in the last few years?
So the water, most of the water that will be stored in Halligan Reservoir are converted agricultural rights. And they were essentially ditch companies that took water slightly above Fort Collins, and it served agricultural areas in and around Fort Collins. We have acquired those shares and changed them to municipal use. So that's why the majority of the impacts I showed in the flow slide, that they really occur upstream of Fort Collins, because we're taking those rights that historically went into those irrigation ditches up into Halligan and up into pipelines that serve our service area.
I presume you're keeping the same diversion point, but the water that was taken off of the ag land, was that a rotational fallow? Is it a revegetation? Or how was that water and how was the mitigation done on the farmland? I just wondered if the city of Fort Collins leased that water on a rotational basis, or if they actually purchased the water rights outright and then revegetated the land.
I would say most of that land has been built over. So it was actually a raw water dedication that we acquired most of these shares. So as the city grew over those ag lands and grew into homes and businesses, we had a dedication policy to give us those shares to make up for that growth and meet that growth's need.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I might just underscore Commissioner Tetchton's question and maybe say it another way, and that is, what are the downsides to this? What are the consequences? So if you can ferret that out a little bit and bring that back to us. And I'm searching for help on this for those who were around. If memory serves me, I believe they're having deja vu. There was a similar project in this area. Northern Water, NISP, and ISP, when I first joined the commission. And a lot of this was, it sort of was the same narrative around, keeping the riverbed wet, bringing back fish populations. It'd be helpful to know, maybe they're apples to oranges, but I feel like we've had this conversation before with a similar project in a similar area that is growing so fast and is so thirsty that I'd like to understand that a little bit better, and maybe some of those parallels and some of those lessons learned, if that makes any sense. Does it? Okay, great. Go ahead, yeah.
If I can maybe give a cursory response now, if that would be helpful. The commission did review the NISP Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Enhancement Plan in 2017, so good memory. And that project is of far different scale. It's, I want to say, around 180,000 acre-foot off-channel reservoir. located outside of Fort Collins. And this is with the expansion will be, approximately 14,000 acre feet on channel on the North Fork. And the NISP project was being pursued by Northern Water on behalf of a number of participants. This one's being pursued by the city of Fort Collins. There's been a lot of water development up in this area over the course of the years with the growing demands of northern Colorado. There were a lot of lessons learned out of NISP that we have been applying to the Halligan project, but you do see a lot of parallels in how can we work with project operations to avoid and minimize impacts of the project before we ever have to actually mitigate impacts of the project. And so a lot of the operational measures and commitments that we've been working on with Fort Collins in some ways do mirror some of the NISP items because they have become best practices to avoid impacts to our fish and wildlife resources as much as possible.
Great. Maybe some more of that when you come back. It'd just be helpful to know those lessons learned. Okay, in the interest of time and to keep us on track as much as possible, thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you in May and June as well. Okay, so we are on item number 20, which is our 2023 non-motorized trail and land and water conservation fund grant funding recommendations. So this is Fletcher Jacobs. Nice to see you again. And we'll take a short break following this item.
All right, Madam Chair, directors, members of the Commission, Council, good afternoon. My name is Fletcher Jacobs, State Trails Program Manager, and I'm here with an action item today on funding recommendations for the 2023 non-motorized trails and land and water conservation fund grant cycles. All right, so for this year's grant cycle, the top three, we had 4 application categories. The top 3 categories are our non-motorized trails grant program. So these provide funding for trail maintenance, construction, planning support projects. Eligible to apply for these funds and be awarded are local, county, state, tribal governments, federal agencies, special recreation districts, and nonprofit organizations. This grant program is a multi-agency partnership that includes Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Great Outdoors Colorado, and the Federal Recreational Trails Program. So you can see there again these top 3. The first, trail maintenance. The Recreational Trails Committee put an emphasis on the maintenance for this year's category to reroute reconstruction of existing trails or trailhead upgrades to improve or enhance current trails to address resource damage or visitor safety concerns. The second application was for construction projects. So this is for new trail or trailhead construction where none currently exist. And then the planning support category, the planning projects are for trail layout, design, engineering, feasibility studies, inventory, and analysis of existing and proposed trails and master plans. The support category is for building and enhancement of volunteer organizations to increase volunteer capacity and implement trail training and education. So those top 3, again, are the non-motorized trails. And what it differentiates them is, as a partnership with GOCO and RTP, we require a 25% match. That 4th application category you see there, the Land and Water Conservation Fund, this is a 100% matching program. So LWCF, you can see it's a pretty large maximum amount that we offer. This year's funding focus was for the acquisition and development of new outdoor recreation facilities to increase opportunities to engage in outdoor recreation and to renovate of existing LWCF sites to increase sustainable access and maintain these opportunities. Oops. So the third slide here, we're going to talk a little bit about evaluating and addressing wildlife concerns. Obviously, I know this commission talked a lot about the importance of balancing recreation and conservation as part of our dual mission. And so part of our process when we put these applications online at the beginning of August, the first step in the process is that you need to email a basic project scope and map to your area wildlife manager and your regional and respective regional trail coordinator by September 7th for their review. This allows our field staff to have time to review these potential projects and discuss potential wildlife issues directly with the applicant prior to the actual submission deadline of the first business day of October. And so you can see those kind of top 6 bullets there. Those are really, we rely on our field experts, you know, the folks closest to the ground to have those conversations before the process. And then once we actually do receive those project applications in October, you can see that kind of bottom arrow slide there. You can see we actually go back through again and have a conversation. So those go out to our district wildlife managers, our area wildlife managers for their review. So again, that field level biologist does the first review. They work directly with our regional trails coordinators, the deputy regional managers, and they put forward those regional wildlife summaries. When we receive those, we not only post those online, so that way everyone can see those, but we also, you can find those in Appendix E. And we should, of course, share those with the subcommittee. Following that arrow along the third, along the way, there's the State Trails Program. We receive those comments, put those online, and then we share those with our subcommittee. So we have grant reviewers for each of those 4 categories I mentioned earlier. We have 4 volunteer reviewers, 4 members of Colorado Parks and Wildlife staff, and then a member or 2 from the GOCO staff per grant category. They sit down, do a grant review. We also have the grant presentation where we invite, if there are any concerns specific to wildlife, we ask those applicants to present in early January how they plan on addressing those. Excited to share, and I know this was something that had come up last year, we put in the action item that you received for any projects that we had around a potential comment. We only received 1 this year that we are recommending for funding, and excited to hear that the applicant was already planning on doing the survey that our field staff had requested. Then those go to our State Trails Committee, and then finally we're here at the Commission to ask your final approval. So for the grant categories, the top kind of shows out where the total applications for each of those categories and then the total dollars requested. So you can see this year we received 49 total applications for just over $12.2 million. And then the bottom is the source of funding. So again, we thank our partners from Great Outdoors Colorado for their investment of $1 million into the non-motorized recreational trails program. We also always have to point out the recreational trails program, that is our federal pot of money from, it actually comes from the Federal Highway Administration, and this is an excise tax thanks to motorized users. So this is an excise tax on fuel use for OHVs, light pickup trucks. Every year, the state receives a certain amount, and we're able to put this year $980,000 of that to this program. And then finally, the Land and Water Conservation Fund, and I kind of mentioned it earlier, but want to make sure I'm just really underlining this. So LWCF is kind of a different program. It's managed by the National Park Service. So this is the stateside LWCF matching grant. So if you are asking for a grant for $1 million, you need to have $1 million worth of match. And these particular grants can only go to local, state, tribal partners. They cannot go to nonprofits or federal partners because the federal partners have their own source of LWCF funding. So this year, we did have more money to give away in that particular category. So we had just over $5.8 million. So a total of $7.8 to give away. So this fund graph shows kind of the chart there on the left side. You can see the total number of grant applications, and tried to show a little bit back to 2020. So in this case, 2020 was in the pre-pandemic time. So you can see that blue bar there shows that year we had 26 total applications, and you can see it jumped up to 52. That was our first kind of post-pandemic year that we had applications live, and you can see that number has stayed pretty steady. So this year with 49, we're seeing that might be, at least for a little bit, kind of the new number we might be settling at of more of a higher ask. And then probably the bigger jump is that total dollars requested by year. So again, if you go back to 2020, before the pandemic, when we were making these conversations, it was about $4.2 million that we had requested. That number shot up to $8 million in 21, went up to $17 million last year, and then came down a little bit this year, just to over $12 million, but still much higher than we had, a number than we've seen previously. This slide shows kind of a quick snapshot of where these requests are coming from. So obviously you see quite a bit in our mountainous area, and of course in the metro area across those 49 application requests. And so then we come to the fun stuff here. So these are the grants we will be putting forward for your request to fund. So this is the construction category. So this year, of those 17 applications we did have 1 withdrawal, and we actually did have 2 that asked to be moved into the LWCF category for consideration of funding. But we're recommending 4 from this particular category. I'd highlight the top scoring project there, the North Fruita Desert Trail, a really cool project with Mesa County Public Health. They actually hire a trail crew that works across their county as well as federal boundaries, doing really great work. So that would be the highest scoring in that particular category. For the maintenance category, this year we're recommending 8 projects of the 15 that applied. The top scoring project there was the Colorado 14ers, a statewide maintenance project to take care of the iconic peaks that of course Colorado is well known for. And I'd also highlight the Hanging Lake project. I know that's a project that the commission has discussed before, has received funding previously from Great Outdoors Colorado. This would be kind of the final piece to get them across the finish line as they work on their reconstruction. Rounding it out in the non-motorized, for the planning at the top there, we're recommending 2 projects for funding. The top one there, the Chaffee County Trails. And for this particular category, I really want to highlight the connection with the outdoor regional partnerships. I know that came up previously in the commission meeting, having conversations about how all these things align. So in this particular category, the Chaffee County, that's building upon previous work that Envision Chaffee County has done with Trails Program funding to start planning out recreation and balance. So this is digging deeper into that. And then in the support category, the top scoring project was Project for Volunteers for Outdoor Colorado, and kind of a really neat concept. They're building upon previous grant where they go out, they train these volunteers in different areas. Their last grant, they focused on the southeast and southwest regions for CPW, and this year they're already making connections to existing outdoor regional partnerships we have in those areas to further go in and say, what kind of training do your volunteers need to help take care of these trails? So we thought that was a really neat connection we're starting to see with the Outdoor Regional Partnership Initiative. So I show this slide, and again, I'm just focused on those top 3, that non-motorized trails, specifically the GOCO RTP money. What I want to highlight here is the recommendation for funding. So typically when we do these allocations, we base it on what the ask is. So this year we're doing something different. The ask this year was actually 57% construction and 34% maintenance, but the committee felt so strongly that the projects were, it was a very strong slate of projects across the board, but they felt very strongly that we needed to fund more maintenance this year and put more funding there. So they actually voted to flip-flop, or making the recommendation, I say, they voted to recommend to you to flip-flop that and actually put 57% of the funding to maintenance and 34% to construction, 9% then to planning and support. And you can kind of see how that number has changed over the years. Back in 2020, we put the vast majority of the funding to construction, and we're really starting to put more money to maintenance as you go across the years. Especially this would be the highest number we've ever put to it, if approved. And then finally, the Land and Water Conservation Fund. So this year we're recommending these 6 projects. The top project there is a local park in the town of Silverthorne to expand that, which is a really great project that we're pretty excited to see. Kind of a nice area where they're building more affordable housing and starting to have more outdoor recreation area kind of right there in town. So pulling back just a little bit, this would be the recommended funding allocations for each category that we're putting forward. So you can see again, 4 construction, 8 maintenance, 4 planning support, and the 6 LWCF. That total would be 22 for just over $7.8 million in proposed recommended funding. Finally here, kind of just that's what that map would look like if this is approved. One thing I wanted to highlight, just as kind of a big picture, if approved, these projects would maintain 642 miles of existing trail. It would construct 68 miles of new trail. It would also, though, decommission and restore 40 miles of trail. So we really like that idea of getting rid of these unsustainable trails, restoring them back to more of a natural landscape. And additionally, this would, a big point of pride for us, it would actually fund 31% of the trail crew hours goal. That's part of the administration's, the DNR's wildly important goal to balance conservation and recreation. So in other words, we basically funding the hourly equivalent of 21 full-time staff to work on trails on maintenance this summer. Over the next 2 summers if approved. So with that, I will pause and see if there are any questions.
Commissioner Blacka. Thank you. I would just like to extend appreciation to the State Trails Committee and everybody that works on this. Prior commissions have had wanted an emphasis on maintenance to the point where somebody had said like no more trail construction, and I blew a gasket on that because I live in a town with one mile of trail, not 1.2, just 1. And it's heavily used. It's like a highway of every age group, every dog. So we clearly need more. But I feel like this year's projects and the feeling of when Fletcher let us know that that the committee itself kind of switched around priorities, I feel like that is in line with what we had been interested in. So thank you for that.
Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you. Fletcher, first, I wanted to, I support the 40 miles of restoration. I think that's really important to include because, I mean, most National Forest BLM lands, the difference between their map in the office and what exists on the ground is gigantic, and the trails just proliferate, and it's because they're never restored. They still look like a trail. The question I had is more looking to the future. We always divide this into motorized and non-motorized. And I had sort of a two-part question there. One is, what the hell is an e-bike? Because there's parts of the state that are now subsidizing e-bikes. It's quiet, like non-motorized recreation, but it's a motor. So I don't know where we're going to put e-bikes in this world. And then I actually see a significant amount of conflict between bikers and hikers, both in the non-motorized category, but I'm not sure that they're compatible. And it's based on speed, the speed at which people, it's more an issue when you've got some vertical feet to deal with. But how does the program, like going forward, do we need to separate bikers from hikers, at least in some, not lump them together, and what will we do with the e-bikes?
Sorry, good questions, Commissioner. So with e-bikes, that decision has sort of been made. As far as the state, we do have a regulation that says e-bikes are exempt from being considered motorized recreation. The federal government disagrees, and that's kind of a whole much longer conversation. So for our perspective, we have considered e-bikes non-motorized, and so CPW's policy specific to state parks is we allow e-bikes on Class 1 and Class 2 trails. We do allow, Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes. I always get the classification a little bit confused because it quite honestly is confusing. We do allow those on our trails that are open to non-motorized bikes. So we've kind of essentially said you're exactly right. They're not really motorized use, but they're also not cleanly non-motorized, but due to that statute, we've considered them non-motorized. So that's something that we've asked a member of one of the local advocacy organizations to come to our State Trails Committee meeting in April to continue this conversation. From a federal perspective, the BLM has already started their process, and the Forest Service is right behind them to start designating allowed use on certain non-motorized trails. They still technically consider them motorized, but they are opening up their process to say, hey, we're going to allow them on non-motorized. So we do have BLM properties here in Colorado. I think we're up to 2 or 3 now that are non-motorized biking trails that do allow, I think they're primarily focused on Class 1 e-bikes is what it seems like they're kind of going with that. So I'd say big picture, we currently consider them non-motorized. I certainly think that's maybe not a done deal. There's always can be conversation on that, but that's where we currently stand with that. As far as biking and hiking, that's probably a much longer conversation. I think from just to be blunt, the source of funding kind of dictates a lot of that, where we don't have a source of funding outside of the investment from our partners with GOCO, and then the RTP money, which again, technically comes from the motorized users. That's really the only source we have. So we kind of ask hikers and bikers, you're sort of coming in together. When we think about trails on the landscape, from a user perspective, I think it'd be great if we had biking only, hiking only, but that's obviously a lot more trails in the landscape. So I think we're much more focused on multi-use and trying to figure out, the term we hear a lot about is biking optimized. So the mountain bikers would like to see more trails optimized for their use, which makes sense. If you're a mountain biker, that's what you'd like to see, but typically those are still open to hikers. But you're exactly right. That kind of brings us back to the whole, we've got to share the trail. We can't build enough trails for everybody to be happy and still protect these resources. So it's a conversation we'll probably continue to have at all of our recreational trails committee meetings.
Commissioner Adams.
You like that remix? It's nice. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am a mountain biker and an e-biker now, so I can speak now from a place of saying that, and my partner also has a mountain biking e-bike as well. So I've been able to kind of play off my commuter one versus his and how much faster is he going versus not. And again, this is anecdotal, and I'm sure there's other research that is available. But from what I have observed and seen, having the assist does not make the bike faster than like going downhill. You can't make it go faster, right? It just, it's more so the assist is going uphill, and even there's only so fast you can go. So I do actually appreciate that our Colorado law is more in alignment with what is actually happening on the landscape, and recognize that maybe we need to consider some new language for e-bikes. And I do like that optimized, or, again, just something, but I appreciate the question. And to the point of the potential clash between hikers and mountain bikers, that is real. And as a hiker and mountain biker, I get frustrated with whatever I'm doing. So, but I have been very impressed with Boulder County in particular, and Patasso State Park, Patasso Preserve in particular, or specifically, which allows or disallows mountain biking on, I think, Wednesdays and Saturdays. And so that way is one way to mitigate the intersection, is recognizing that we need to share, and it may be sharing at different times. So just wanting to lift up that there are policy responses around the clash potentially between hiking and mountain biking, and I'm hopeful that we can continue to share. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that comment, Commissioner Adams. Yeah, another example is at Jefferson County Open Space Centennial Cone. If the weekend, if the Saturday or Sunday, if it ends in an odd number, it's mountain biking. If it ends in an even, it's hiker only. So there's definitely different ways we can manage this to try to share that sandbox.
Just a quick follow-up, but I do appreciate actually having separation. I have been endangered. I have endangered others, and so there will be blood in mountain biking. There will be blood. So anything that we can do to mitigate is true. Anything that we can do to mitigate that would be incredibly helpful. As again, we're seeing the unprecedented, and I know we are not having as many as we did during the pandemic, but we still have more than our habitat can accommodate. So thank you so much for this conversation. And I also want to echo Commissioner Blecka's comments around, I'm so used to talking about my first name, around the maintenance. Thank you. Maintenance. Thank you.
I would just say, Commissioner Adams, just another reason to get your Corsair card if you're endangering others, or just saying. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, so if you're going to add things like mountain bikes, e-bikes, all that, think about equestrian use also. As a horseback rider, I actually have had incidents with mountain bikes myself, so think about that.
Certainly.
We're more scared of the horses, the mountain bikers, by the way. My only comment, we do have one member of the public who wants to comment on this. And it's probably stating the obvious, and I'm channeling Commissioners Blecka and May in looking at the map, and maybe Commissioner Haskett too, recognizing that you get applications from where you get applications, and at the same time, you got a big old swath on the eastern, like literally draw line for the eastern half of the state, and Rio Blanco and Moffat counties. So I would just say, as intentional as we can be with working with local groups to be part of this process so that Commissioner Blecka's community has more than 1 mile of trail would be great. So I'm sure you are doing that, stating completely the obvious. Don't mean to suggest that you're not. And looking at the map, not just of the applications, but at where the recommendations are, there's some big holes. So if we can keep working on that, that would be, I think, appreciated. Okay, cool. All right, we're going to do one member of the public.
If we could invite Suzanne O'Neill up, please.
Hi, Commissioners. Suzanne O'Neill, Colorado Wildlife Federation and Acting Director. I am here just to note one of the applications that did not score well enough on the planning and support category, and that was the proposal to assist the Forest Service in the Uncompahgre National Forest to map existing trails, which includes unauthorized trails, which really need to be identified and addressed where they present incursions into CPW mapped high priority habitats. Our organization supported the proposal primarily because of the problem with the unauthorized trails. Anyway, what's great is that the several regional partnerships are working diligently or have completed mapping, starting with habitat and then trails before talking about what additional projects might make sense and be appropriately cited. As I understand it, one of the problems with the planning and support proposal was it was going to use the LIDAR tool, which is used by that national forest, but not necessarily the region. And then on top of that, we have regional partnerships using various tools. So I think it would be great if we had standardized tools for the mapping, perhaps, CPW for high priority habitats, and then the Colorado Natural Heritage Program for some of the other species and plants. Just my thought on that. But anyway, I just wanted to call your attention to that whole issue, and I really applaud Fletcher for all the work he's doing, and I know he's taking a dive into the issue of these various tools, because when we get the Colorado Conservation, Outdoor Recreation and Climate Resiliency process rolling along, wouldn't it be great to have that kind of standardization for metrics and data? So thank you very much.
Thank you. You didn't even need the buzzer since Katie had to excuse herself. And my apologies earlier. I didn't mention Commissioner Touchton being on the Eastern Plains as well, as it relates to those. But I suspect and Commissioner Phillips, of course, for those places on the map, some might want to call them out more than others, maybe is what I was thinking. So anyway, thank you very much. So this is an action item. So I will look for a motion to approve the 2023 non-motorized trail and LWCF grant recommendations.
Motion.
Commissioner Baca, Commissioner Phillips. I think we can do roll call vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you very much, Fletcher. I know this is an enormous lift to go through these, and it really reflects incredible pool and really great investments in this work. So thank you very much for that. Okay, so we are scheduled for a break. It is 3:13. Can we please be back and ready to go at 3:30? And there's cookies. Sorry, I'm going to say 3:25. 3:25, please. And there's cookies, I'm told, somewhere in the back. So enjoy the cookies. 3:25, please.
Okay, we will resume our Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting on March 15th, 2023. For members of the public, we are on item number 21, which is the Habitat Stamp Committee update. Travis and David, we'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Travis Black, Northwest Regional Manager. Commissioners, Acting Director Dugan, who stepped out apparently. Appreciate you giving us a little bit of time today on the agenda. Wanted to provide the commission the opportunity to kind of give you a quick update on the Habitat Stamp Committee and where we currently stand. And then I'll turn it over to our chair, Mr. David Warsh, to kind of cover some topics that he wanted to talk about as well. But just as a quick background, Habitat Stamp Committee is made up of 11 members, 4 sports persons, 1 from each region of the state, 2, and I'm going to read this so I don't say it wrong, 2 nationally or regionally recognized conservation organizations whose mission is focused on non-game wildlife and whose membership is composed primarily of non-game wildlife users, 2 landowner representatives, 1 at-large position, and 2 CPW reps that sit on the committee as ex officio members, sorry. So what we saw this year was a huge turnover with the Habitat Stamp Committee. We actually had 7 vacancies this year. The 4 sports persons reps, 1 from each region, 2 of those positions had termed out, so they could not reapply. 1 position was eligible to reapply, but chose not to. And we had 1 resignation as well. There are two possible reappointments, as I mentioned. 1 of those did opt to reapply and was reappointed. And we also had 1 vacancy with the 2nd CPW ex officio member. So up to date, we've had 5 appointments made. Those 4 sports persons representatives, and I just went brain dead on the other one. One of the non-consumptive users. I had to think which group it was. And I'd like to kind of quickly just name those individuals that are now sitting on the Habitat Stamp Committee for you. So newly appointed was Liz Rose out of Denver, Colorado as the Northeast Sportspersons Rep. Got to go down my list. Brian Webster out of Grand Junction is the Northwest Region Sportspersons Rep. Dave Dillon out of Durango, the Southwest Rep. And John Stark out of Colorado Springs is the Southeast Region Rep. And then Lauren McKean did reapply and was reappointed in that position as well. So as we sit right now, we still have 2 positions that we're awaiting final appointment on, and that is the 1 CPW representative and the 1 at-large position. Just to let you know, Habitat Stamp Committee members are required to go through Senate confirmation. So I'm actively working on scheduling a time to get these appointees in front of the Senate confirmation hearing to be appointed. This year, because of timing, they were appointed by the governor during the legislative session. And that means they cannot, participate, if you will, on the committee until they are confirmed. So we got to get all of them up there as quick as we can and get that confirmation so we can start going. And I'm sure Mr. Warsh might mention it when we had our January meeting looking at RFP projects. We were concerned we weren't even going to have a quorum. I'll put it that way. The existing members on the panel, I believe there's 4 of us, is that right, David? We were all appointed last year. So it's basically a whole new committee working with these RFP projects. So with that said, I probably talk more than I need to, and we'll try to hurry up and keep you on schedule, Madam Chair, and I'll turn it over to the chair.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Chair Hauser, commissioners, and Acting Director Dugan. I just wanted to give a quick update. I thought it was kind of my responsibility. My name is Dave Warsh. I'm a farmer in the San Luis Valley, so I represent one of the 2 farmers or ranchers or however that works. And I'm the current chair. Erica Elvo of the Denver Zoo is the vice chair. The business part of this is on January 24th, 2023, the Habitat Stamp Committee held our 3rd and final meeting to evaluate and score this year's Habitat project funding request. This was an in-person meeting held in Buena Vista, Colorado. It was attended by 6 of the 9 Habitat Stamp Committee voting members, and we had the scores of the 7th board member who couldn't attend. Northwest Regional Director Travis Black was the lone CPW ex officio committee member present. After thorough evaluation of all the projects presented for funding, the Habitat Stamp Committee unanimously approved a slate of projects to be recommended to the CPW leadership team for further consideration. I did just get an update a little bit ago, so this doesn't really match what I have further or along, but from 2006 at the initiation of the program through January 31st or December 31st of 22, the program has spent just shy of $190 million. 317,000 acres of wildlife habitat have been protected. 178,000 acres of public access have been secured, and 377 miles of riverbanks conserved. As you demonstrated at lunchtime, you already know that you have a very talented staff. I can tell by your enthusiasm, Acting Director Dugan, the pride you show towards your staff. I agree 100%. I'd like to thank Travis personally for jumping on board. He started last year when I did, and then his predecessor left to go to the oil and gas. So it's been a learning experience for all of us, and it's happened pretty fast. I'd also like to thank, from the Northwest Regional Office, Erin Cassidy. She handles all the logistics for our committee. Doodle polls, meetings, Zoom links. Erin handles everything, and yet I've never met her. Never talked to her on the phone. We've had lots of email conversations, but never had any live conversations. Erin also worked with Karen Meyer from CPW's real estate division to set up our meeting in Buena Vista, and it went without a flaw, or at least from the outside looking in, we didn't seem to have any problems. So I also can't give enough thanks to Kim Rogers and Amanda Nims, that you're going to hear from in a little while from the realty section. They understand these programs and these projects that they present to us inside and out. They do a good job of listening to our positions without providing more information than is asked, but if it is asked for, they definitely provide it. But to Travis's point, I do have 2 things I'd like to ask of the commission today, and I guess one is please do all you can to help fill the Habitat Stamp Committee vacancies in a timely manner. And of course, no good chair would be caught not asking for more money. How do we get more money into a program? And this is where my math is a little different than what it used to be before I got the update today, but from 2006 to 2022, we had spent $180,400,000 on habitat. Basically $11,275,000 a year for the last 16 years. To Commissioner May's point, I only work with the area I know, but using USDA NASS, an acre of ground in the San Luis Valley irrigated in 2006 was worth $2,350. In 2021, the last year before I got the information today, NASS said that an acre of ground in the San Luis Valley is $5,400, a $3,050 an acre increase in those 16 years. So I realize things don't begin and end in the San Luis Valley. I understand that completely. It's just the easiest one. But watching the news last night, there was people in Denver saying that rents have doubled in Denver in the last 10 years. Basically, what we're doing is we're renting easements or we're buying, and all I'm saying is that the 2006 dollar value isn't the same as a 2023 dollar value. I'm not advocating for this, but $11,275,000 that we've been spending for the last 16 years at the same rate of growth as an acre of ground in the San Luis Valley would equate to $25,932,500. Like I said, I'm not advocating for that. I'm just pointing it out. I think it's my job to answer to you to where we're at. And there's challenges of not having enough money to keep up with the price of land. We're not going to be in play on projects that are up and down the I-70 corridor, Pitkin County, places that land values are considerably more expensive than the San Luis Valley. But in most businesses, if you're not growing your business, you're going backwards. And as a committee, we are going to do whatever, and we will spend whatever money you allocate to us. That's how that works. You're the bosses. You tell us how that works. I don't know how many dollars the Habitat stamp sales bring in every year, but I would like to know. As a committee, we have a responsibility to everyone that buys a Habitat stamp to ensure that at least that amount is spent on Habitat. This year, you would say you don't have enough projects. This year, the Colorado Wildlife Habitat Program RFP received 13 total requests totaling $57 million from CPW with an $11 million budget, and that was offering 54,000 acres for habitat conservation, 32,500 acres for wildlife-related recreation. Anything you can do, switching off money, anything you can do to help with filling the Habitat Stamp Committee vacancies in a timely manner. As Travis pointed out, we have 9 voting members, 2 ex-officio CPW members. Currently, of the 11 total members, we don't have anyone on this committee with more than 1 year of experience. We need the commission and everyone and anyone else that can help get the appointments made in a timely fashion. I'd like to thank the committee members that, so Travis said you couldn't serve when your term or when you were appointed during legislative session, you couldn't serve. So the already serving members all, or for the most part, stayed on to help. So we did have the quorum for our meeting to get everyone to vote. But I would like to thank the members going off, Jennifer Gluck, John Nestor, both served out or served a term, a little historical issue maybe. Tim Brass and Tom Brossi both put in 8 years plus in their service. That's some serious dedication. Dan Gates had 8 years of service on the Habitat Stamp Committee with the last 2 years as chair. Dan was a great leader and dedicated to Colorado's habitat. I learned quite a bit from Dan in only 1 year. Collectively, we're losing 30 years of voting, over 30 years of voting committee institutional knowledge, and now we have 4 voting members with 1 year each. The current committee that was, as of last year and carried over, I don't have the names, or I do have the names, but I don't know any of the people that have been appointed. Like I said, Erica Elvo is the vice chair. Lauren McCain is also there. David Gottenberg and myself. And we still only have 1 CPW person, and I really hope Travis stays healthy. That's, I guess my
Is that a threat?
no, I'm hoping you feel good. Anyhow, these aren't really asks, I just would like some information. I guess as the committee chair, I'd ask that I could get a historical counting of the actual Habitat stamp sales or income by year, maybe in a spreadsheet form, something from the CPW CFO. I know we're getting more money spent on Habitat than we actually are bringing in on the stamp sales, but it's also important to the sports people that they understand, that everybody on the committee understands that much money that they're paying in is going to a project. And I think all the turnover and all the new people we have on this committee, they need to understand that all that money is being spent in a good way and we're good fiduciaries of their money. I would like the CPW to engage with the boards and commissions office on the Habitat Stamp Committee's behalf to see what timelines or protocols we need to help them implement to get things done in a timely manner. You cannot have a board of 9 voting members with 4 new one year, 5 new the next year. Otherwise, you end up with chairmen like me. So on that, those are my only 2 asks. I'd like to know where the money's at and how much we're spending, and also help.
Thank you very much for service, and thanks to the committee, obviously, and we certainly appreciate your predecessor and his work. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that filling the seats has been a problem, and I guess I'm not really sure who to ask, somebody on staff about who's responsible for that and why it's taken so long, because it does make a huge difference when everybody's appointed in 1 year or 2 year, because 4 or 5 years down the road here, we're going to be at the same issue of everybody's going to be new again. And it does take a while to learn what you're doing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Haskett, I appreciate your point. When the appointments are made, they have staggering terms, so they're not all appointed to expire at the same time. Last year, I believe they tried to reestablish that stagger. One thing that we did not foresee was, a resignation in there. So that kind of messed up the stagger a little bit. But I would defer to Mr. Mock to maybe answer the rest of that.
Tim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for carrying on the work. I know these aren't ideal circumstances. Unfortunately, I'm not clear on the delays, and I don't want to speculate. I will, though, follow up and just ping some folks in the office, and we'll keep after this. So thank you.
And I think to your question about finances, we can certainly make sure that Justin and others work with you to get you and the committee up to speed. Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay. Just all my questions, where did I put them? So I'm a yes on the more money. I'm a yes on that. And actually, this is something, this is something we've talked about, right? It is critical that we have, sorry, I don't know, I'm feeling very gestury today. It is critical that we have these conservation easements. It is, disrespectful, quite frankly, to ask people to participate in a program when the market value isn't matching what they can receive. And so again, I just want to acknowledge that is something, and I've heard other sentiments around that as well. So let us keep pushing together in that direction to those who do have the authority to make those decisions around those price points. I'm also happy to hear that that we are using staggered terms and having people so that they're not all rolling off. Can I just get clarification on the length of the term? So that's just one easy low-hanging fruit question. And then here's the bigger question that is actually bigger than this conversation, but one that I've been speaking to for about 3 years now. And that is the need for us to revisit stakeholder engagement for CPW, right? Like we have so many opportunities to engage, whether it be light touches or serving on task forces and work groups and obviously chairing councils and things. And so, I know that Lauren Truitt, thank you. Prior to leaving, I know this was something her and her team was working on, but because one of the issues that we had talked about previously was what we are terming historically marginalized stakeholder fatigue, right? So there's so many different ways to engage, but there's only so few. But then in general, I'm just seeing that larger need of what are all of the different opportunities for community, for people to engage, our people overrepresented or underrepresented, just getting a better handle. You know, I know that, for example, Colorado boards and commissions have over 350 of them, right? I couldn't tell you how many work groups, task forces, and those kinds of things that CPW offers in ways to engage. So just seeing a larger need of clarifying stakeholder engagement to address not only this point, but there may be some other groups and convenings that are also in need of additional volunteers, and just in general volunteerism. Thank you so much, and thank you for what you do with working with not enough to make it a reality, right? Making a way out of no way, that's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Adams, I'd like to address at least one of those. And you asked about the terms. So typically it's a 4-year term. However, in order to achieve that stagger, the appointments are actually made with terms as short as 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years to try to reestablish that stagger. As an example, last year when the 4 members that Chair Walsh mentioned, I believe 2 of those were 3-year terms, 1 was a 2-year term, and I was appointed as a 4-year term. So, sorry. She was a 1. Okay. Anyhow, so that's what they're doing, trying to reestablish that stagger, and that's actually called for in the statute. But when things kind of went haywire and people resigned, it threw the stagger completely off. So hopefully that answered your question, at least on the terms. You know, with the second part of your comment there, they're appointed by the governor, you know, through the boards and commissions office. So we don't have a say in who that is. They did ask me as the CPW rep to review the applications and make a recommendation, and I did that. So.
Thank you. And I might just, CPW is exactly the same. You know, I filled a term that was partially already, you know, somebody left, and so I didn't have a full term. And so in the event that happens, I think, you know, the term is fixed, not the person. So, you know, we fill potentially not complete terms should that occur, or the boards and commissions appointments occur kind of midway in a person's term. So, Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of my questions have been discussed, but the one lingering one is the CPW representative who's non-voting. Normally, non-voting people don't need confirmed. It's not like the Senate had to confirm Tim and Wayne. I'm assuming that's the barrier, or is it on us for not giving you? I'm just curious why we haven't even filled our own seat.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton, for the question. To answer your question, yes, we have to be confirmed just like the other members that are appointed. When I was appointed last year, I went and sat in front of the Senate, you know, faced the questions, if you will, and had to be confirmed. So the one vacant seat that we have right now is because Brett Ackerman, you know, resigned to go to the COGCC, and that's what vacated that seat. I think the agency put forward a recommendation. We had an employee apply for that position, and as I said, we're just waiting on that final say in who they're appointing.
Okay. And I wrote down some version of the words that, you know, you wouldn't be a good chair if you didn't ask for money. So I'm just thinking about what that might be. So thanks for that. David, thank you very much for your service and for coming all this way to be with us. We're swinging down your way not too long, so hopefully we'll see you there as well. Thanks, Travis. Okay. Oh, sorry, Commissioner May. Sorry, hang on.
Real quickly.
Sorry, blind spot.
That's fine. Real quickly, what I wanted to say is, despite all the challenges that you gentlemen have mentioned that you have now, I don't think you've mentioned the biggest one, and that is the fact that in order to acquire these properties, you have to be expeditious, and there's a false narrative out there that people are just waiting to do conservation easements, waiting to get their property into this program, and nothing could be further from the truth. Most people that are looking for financial gain are simply going to list their property for sale and sell it. So I think that it behooves you, which I'm sure you already do, to do some, I know you can't reach out and ask people to apply, but at least let the general public know what you're already doing, that, hey, here's what we have to offer, and you might be making a donation, but you'll be doing a lot of good, and put that habitat and your special places in the hands of somebody that's going to be able to steward them over generations. And I know that's a challenge that you face also. Many years ago, Regional Manager Black and I spoke at the beginning of this program, sitting in the middle of our ranch as this started. And he told me, you really ought to consider something like this. I didn't even know what it was. So I know he knows what's going on. He's been doing it from its inception.
Yeah, another good reason to underscore the tenure. It's all about relationships and understanding and awareness. So thank you very much again. Okay, so we're going to move to state parks. Yay! For the few of us that are the parks representatives, we're grateful for this. So for members of the public, we are on item number 22, Golden Gate Canyon State Park Management Plan. And so turn it to Todd.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Deputy Director Mock, and Acting Director Dugan. My name is Todd Farrow, and I'm the Park Manager at Golden Gate Canyon State Park. Thank you for the opportunity to share the draft management plan with you. See if I can get the laser pointer to work here. Can you guys see that? Great. So Golden Gate Canyon State Park is approximately 30 miles west of Denver and about 13 miles west of Golden Gate Canyon Road. The park was established in 1960, contains two main campgrounds, one up here called Reverend's Ridge Campground. That has 59 electrical sites, about 30 tent sites, 5 cabins, and 2 yurts. We also have Aspen Meadows Campground over here, which contains approximately 35 tent sites. And then we have 24 backcountry campsites and 4 backcountry shelters throughout the park, spread out in the backcountry here. The park lies within 2 different counties, Jefferson County on the east side and Gilpin County on the west side. The park boasts over 12,000 acres, making it the 3rd largest park in our system. I'm sorry, my notes are covered here on the side. There we go. And the 4th busiest when looking at visitation. We're only behind Lake Pueblo State Park, Cherry Creek, and Chatfield in terms of visitation. It's a remote location for a unique backcountry experience, but there are also limited housing and resources in the area for staff and residents in the community. One of the unique aspects of the park is the ability to capture relative solitude within an hour of Denver. The park saw 1.3 million visitors last year and contains about 35 miles of trail, multiple use trail. So as commissioners were talking earlier with Fletcher about equestrian use, mountain bike use, hiking use, we have all the use up there. We're also the closest park to Denver that has big game hunting in Unit 38. There's no entrance to the park as county roads and state highways intersect the park at various locations. Our visitation peaked in the pandemic year here with 1.6 million people. The year prior to that, we only had 1 million visitors, so that was a 60% increase for us. It's starting to taper back down, but I don't think we'll ever get down to pre-pandemic levels. One of the busiest times in the park is in the fall. We call it leaf peeping season. That happens from about mid-September through late October until the leaves fall off the aspens. We get hordes of visitors descending upon the park for this annual event. As an example, last year, from September 17th to October 16th, the park saw over 291,000 visitors during this 5 weeks, and we generated over $256,000 in revenue. That's a lot of people and a lot of visitors, and it certainly takes a toll on the resource itself, as you can see by some of the behavior here. There's really just no place left for people to park when they do come to the park during that time of the year. We generally play whack-a-mole, trying to educate visitors on parking regulations and trying to minimize resource damage while maintaining the flow of traffic. This time period last year resulted in 48 citations, and those were mostly for parking in undesignated areas that cause resource damage. So why update the management plan? It serves as a guiding document for the park to plan for both public enjoyment and resource protection. It's the conceptual framework for management decisions and allocating the park's resources. As an example, if we wanted to develop a new trail, we would consult the plan to look at the vegetation, habitat, cultural and ecological sensitivity to determine whether a trail should be feasible in that location. And also looking at the resources we have available to build and maintain that trail moving into the future. We also created a management zone map looking at natural, cultural, and recreational resources to identify areas of the park that may and may not be suitable for future enhancements. It serves as a guide for future budget allocations and requests. As an example, if we have trail counter data, which illustrates the most popular trails in the park, we can shift our limited trail maintenance resources to those areas because we know those are the trails most used. We looked at 6 CPW goals identified in the strategic plan. We're currently gathering input from stakeholders, agency partners, and the public. We've incorporated that information from previous planning efforts, including a forest management plan, noxious weed plans, and the resource stewardship plan. We also initiated a visitor satisfaction survey in 2019 and 2020 to ask our visiting public what they wanted to see in their park. So what does all this mean, and what do we do with all this information? We continue to request funding to replace old and failing facilities. As I mentioned, the park was established in 1960. Some of the facilities are that old as well. We continue to seek partners and resources to maintain the trail system, continue to offer a wide variety of recreational opportunities within striking distance of Denver. We will continue to seek partnerships and opportunities to serve our underserved or underrepresented communities through partnerships with, for example, Elk Urban Rangers and LGBT Plus Outdoors and One Colorado. The management zone map that I mentioned earlier, we've created this identifying 4 different zones throughout the park. The dark purple here are our developed areas. That's where Reverend's Ridge Campground is. There's Aspen Meadows. And then there's a small dark purple portion here that's the actual visitor center. That encompasses about 360 acres. Those are our developed high-density use areas. The lighter purple areas, that's identified as passive recreation. That's where most of our trails lie. That's about a little over 2,000 acres. The green, or the heart of the park right here, is our natural area. That's a little over 5,300 acres. It's a little less busy. You have a higher probability for solitude when you're hiking on those trails back there. And then the last area is the yellow area, the protected area. It's a little over 4,000 acres. That's high-value habitat. We have some here in Fraser Meadow, and then back here on the V Hill property. Has been identified for critical winter range and calving areas for elk. Some recent/current projects identified in the management plan. Most of the respondents to the visitor satisfaction survey that we did in 2019 and 2020 wanted the park to stay pretty much as it is regarding new facilities. Keeping that in mind, we've been focusing on replacing existing facilities as needed rather than adding additional facilities. For example, we have 19 vault toilets throughout the park. We are currently in phase 2 and have replaced 10 of these 19 units, some as old as 1960, with modern concrete prefab units throughout the park, including 2 backcountry units to serve our backcountry campers and trail users. We recently replaced the ADA fishing pier at Criley Pond, and we're currently participating in an ADA assessment park-wide to identify and correct any issues. Criley Pond is our largest fishing pond, and it's our most easily accessible. We often use this for CPW fishing clinics, and we've replaced the old eroded structure and created a larger structure to accommodate folks up there. Another project that should be starting next month is the Visitor Center deck. That deck is actually 27 years old and has served its time. It's going to be aesthetically pleasing and structurally sound while requiring little to no maintenance. I'm confident our staff will not miss hitting nearly every screw in the winter while they're shoveling the deck either. We're currently undergoing a large two-prong water augmentation plan, which is detailed further in your draft management plan packet. In a nutshell, the first prong relates to water rights. We do have 7 fishing ponds across the park, but don't necessarily hold the water rights regarding storage and evaporative loss in those ponds. The second part relates to our CDPHE regulated wastewater treatment plant that serves Reverend's Ridge Campground 6 months out of the year. We're trying to move forward with evapotranspiration fields and get rid of the MBR plant up there. In addition, we've been partnering with Colorado State Forest Service on a variety of fuel mitigation projects since 2004. We've treated about 1,250 acres over that time period to the tune of about $1.7 million. Colorado State Forest Service handles the contract administration and vendor requirements, and they also pitched in about $700,000 where CPW pitched in about $1 million. We're currently wrapping up a 72-acre project, and this is an aerial photo of a 61-acre project that we did last year. This is meant to imitate fire activity. From a fuels perspective, the purpose is to create fuel breaks for firefighting efforts and reduce fuel loads on the forest. From a forest health perspective, it increases diversity in species, age, and size classes, which improves the health of the forest and improves wildlife habitat. Whoops, sorry. Yeah. So here's a video. We have some drone footage, which I thought was pretty cool. There you go. Look at that machine down there in the center. If you watch it here real close, it's about to snip that tree, and then it grabs it and rifles it right through the mastication head while it limbs it, puts it over on the log deck, and cuts it to length, and then does the same with the top of the tree there. All that happens in about 40 seconds, real time. Then you're left with some debris and things like that on the forest floor, and then a masticator comes in and masticates the rest down into mulch, which are at predetermined levels and things like that. Again, trying to create a mosaic on the forest to imitate fire. We're currently working on a 18-acre project that's probably going on today, and we're just trying to finish up before the March 31st deadline of the contract this year. See if I can switch back here. My apologies, I'm not as tech savvy as Kirk is here. Yep, thanks. Thanks, Kirk. Yep, that's good. So during this process, we've actively reached out for public engagement. We initiated a visitor satisfaction survey that I mentioned earlier in 2019 and 2020. These were in-person intercept surveys, and we had 741 respondents. About 3/4 of those individuals provided us with an email address for a follow-up survey online. About half of those folks participated in an online survey where we gathered further information on their experience in the park. In addition, prior to implementing the hunter reservation system for hunting on the park last year, we surveyed registered hunters from the previous 2 years, 2019 and 2020, which was approximately 343 hunters, to gather feedback on the proposed changes prior to seeking the regulation change that went before this commission. In August and September of 2021, we initiated a trail user survey, again gathering specific data via an intercept survey directly with visitors on the park. We were able to get about 51 of those total and ask them about their experiences while using the trail system. During that process, it was determined that the number one reason folks visit the park is to hike or experience the trails. The second most reason visited is for camping. So what's next? We have continued public comment. It actually started this morning. And our PIO already reached out to me this morning with a specific question based on public comment. We're looking for comments from the CPW Commission, and we hope to have a final draft and approval later on this year. Our intent is to use that plan and implement it and share it with our agency partners and the public, not just put it on a shelf to collect dust for the future. So at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions, comments.
Commissioner Touchton.
I saw that laugh.
I could have bet my bottom dollar. Teasing you. Commissioner Touchton and then Commissioner Adams.
He came all the way here to talk to us. I should talk back. Well, first, someone this morning was asking for anecdotal feedback. About 1980, I was a youth corps volunteer at Golden Gate, thinning the forest. I'm not sure I'm a success story for that program, but it was a valuable experience for me, at least. So I had one specific question and then one big, broader question. The specific question is, I know we recently, through GOCO, CPW, and I think Jefferson County, are making a substantial acquisition, like roughly adjacent, called the Mount Tom. And I'm curious if how that will interact with this plan to, it seems like if we're about to bring in something new while we're doing the plan, we might want the plan to also address what we're going to do with that new acquisition.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Commissioner Touchton. I may be speaking out of turn, but I believe that's about a 3,000-acre project, and about 2,000 acres of that was going to be incorporated into the Ralston Creek State Wildlife Area. So Area Wildlife Manager Lamb would have more information on that. And the other 1,000 acres, I believe, is going to be managed by Jefferson County Open Space. So even though it's close to the park, it's not going to be managed by the park, although we may share some of the same users.
I guess my other question, and this might be for Heather, so, I'm also one of the recreation representatives. We approve herd management plans as the commission, but we never approve state park plans. And I was a little concerned that makes state parks second tier, that we don't engage with the plan process the same degree. I understand the concern that we mess with people's plans, but I think most herd management plans go through pretty much unamended. And I just would like to know, if you think, when we were just a Parks Commission, the commission did look at the plans, was my understanding, and whether this commission should also have a role in approving state park plans, or that would be a pain in the butt and bad from your perspective.
Again, thank you for the question, Commissioner Touchton. That might be a better question for Regional Manager Mark Leslie than myself, as far as the commission's authority to, as just an information item, or to approve the plans moving forward.
Commissioner Touchton, Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager. Yes, it hasn't been our practice for the commission to approve park plans. And so that's why we want to bring it to you today and have you look at what we're doing. And I know to Commissioner Adams's comment about a park update, we thought this kind of fit right in with that very, very well. So we have other plans that we don't get approval for the commission to implement. And so that's kind of the way we're doing it right now. You don't approve it. We're just, this is an update for you, information item, and we will gladly take your advice and comments and those kinds of things and incorporate it where we can into the plan, but we're here to answer any questions and kind of give an update on how we run our parks. Todd does a great job up there at Golden Gate. I tease him a little bit about the leaf peeping thing, but it's very busy up there, and being that close to the Denver metro area, One thing, while I've got the mic, I will say, if you, and I know it caught some of your ear because I was watching, but when he said there are no entrances to the park, think about how that impacts KCW when we're looking at passes and enforcement of passes and those kinds of things, because they're on county roads or on state highway. So that every park out there in our system is different and comes with different challenges and different opportunities. And so those are some of the things we have to work through when we're looking at infrastructure.
Acting Director Dugan, and then Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Tushin, to speak a little bit more on the process of approving park management plans. Years ago, the commission very deliberately came to the conclusion that in working with then Director Cables, that this would, park management plans would not be something that came to the commission. So you're right, the old Parks Board, they did, but it is in our commission policies, if I remember correctly. Is that right, Jeff? Right. So just so you know, it has been deliberated by this body before.
Commissioner Adams, and then Blecka.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is very grounding to hear that there is precedence for the commission to approve the plan, right? To me, it's hard as a commissioner to be held accountable for something I don't approve or vote on, right, at the end of the day. So that matters to me, just like it matters for the herd management plan. And I do think it does give the optic that these park management plans are second tier because they don't get the time and the procedures that happen with our herd management plans. I have a lot of questions, and again, I apologize for not being able to communicate with you directly prior to this meeting, but with 5 additional wolf plans, my time is pretty limited. I'm going to start with the opportunity to expand on Indigenous and tribal engagement. I did not see any mention of a meaningful either tribal consultation or the way that Indigenous peoples or tribal communities were engaged in this plan. And am excited to, in the next iteration that I'm not going to be approving, to see more than one sentence reference to Indigenous peoples and tribes. Right now it just says Ute, Arapaho, and then that's it. And I know that there's a lot more there. And I know that because other park management plans have more rigorous sections around Indigenous peoples that have lived there, like paragraphs, not just a sentence. And so, it's certainly coming off of the draft wolf plan development. I was excited to see the rigor that we had in engaging our tribal leaders and Indigenous peoples and having a tribal liaison and all of these different things. And so I'm hopeful that that's a section that we can make some significant inroads in. I think another growth opportunity, or rather something I did not see here, is how are we increasing opportunities for peoples with disabilities. I have been very impressed and excited about the track share program, its extension. I know that the costs are challenging, but so are all the other things that we are able to fund. So I'm hopeful that we can learn from the lessons at Fisher's Peak, where they're doing a lot around reimagining how we can support and engage people with disabilities with people with disabilities, so they're not just coming up on their own, but there's already a lot of groups that we're working with in Fisher's Peak and elsewhere, and I'm curious if those voices can be added to this plan. And again, I understand the economic challenges of a track share program. However, I did not see reference to expanding or improving opportunities for people with disabilities. So I would love to see that in the next iteration. Telling a fuller Colorado story. That was one of our wildly important goals a few years ago. And again, I would be remiss if I did not point out the paragraph on the European American settlers and the one sentence on Indigenous peoples. I also will challenge that I'm 100% sure that there were more than European and Indigenous peoples roaming that area. And so I am eager to tell a fuller story. And I'm curious if there's opportunities to partner with or engage History Colorado and others who are working very hard to tell a fuller story. I presented the Black Heritage Trail app that History Colorado has created on different regions. I don't know, I didn't do a crosswalk to see if there was something in particular to this park, but the only reference to Black people that I saw was a reference to Lincoln Hills, which is not even on this property. I would be remiss if I did not hope to ask to have more there, and recognizing that it's not our responsibility as an agency to create all of this information, but how do we leverage these incredible partnerships so that we can tell that fuller story. And then lastly, safety. So I noticed that the safety was primarily related to accidents. As a former volunteer leader for a racially and ethically diverse organization taking people out, my challenge was not accidents. My challenge was discriminatory comments, threats of violence, those kinds of things. And so I didn't see how our agency is going to address those types of safety issues when it comes to racial and ethnic bias or linguistic bias, or those kinds of things that can escalate. It wasn't clear to me how those issues would be addressed. So those are some opportunities, but in general, I know this is a Herculean effort. I learned a lot by rereading it. This is one of my favorite, of our state marks because it's so close to me. And it is the place that I first really went fishing in a meaningful way, and just so impressed by the park and its offerings, and everything that I've commented on today is really to build on those strengths. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Adams. We have done some partnership work with, as I mentioned earlier, Elk Urban Rangers to get underserved, underprivileged folks out and expose them to careers in the natural resources and things. In addition, last year we did a VOC project with that was LGBT plus Colorado sponsored. So that was another area where we're trying to be inclusive and include these things. You're right, we do have some more work to do in some of these areas that you mentioned, and this is why this is a draft plan, and we'll certainly have those in the next iteration. Thank you very much.
Okay, good feedback. Nope. Take it down. Did you take yours down? Oh, no. Commissioner Haskett, and then Commissioner Blecka and Commissioner Haskett.
I don't have the doc.
It's okay, go. Yeah, we're good. Go ahead. Commissioner Haskett, then Commissioner Blecka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you for the presentation. The commission did go to the park several years ago, and it was a great visit. It's a beautiful park, and thank you. I think it's so close, it's nice, and people really use it. I think you have problems with too many users, if I remember correctly, so I will be curious to see how that pans out here when the pandemic, it's waning definitely, so we'll see. And this isn't the first park management plan that we've seen, maybe since you've been here, but we've seen several of them, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Yes, that is one of our challenges, is we only have about 300 parking spots throughout 11 different trailheads throughout the park. And so when people come and there's not a spot to park, as you could see from some of those pictures, they just pull in wherever they want because their time is valuable. And so that's one of our challenges, to try to educate those folks. Another thing we are moving towards is the gold standard of leave no trace, to try to educate our visitors on how to take care of their park so it's here for their kids' grandkids.
Go here and then come back. Commissioner Blecka and then Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. I went to Golden Gate a couple years ago, undercover. Did not tell you that I was there, but I went camping with my kids. I know. I never tell anybody where I go, because then you won't know. Because I'm there with a dog and little kids, and it gets crazy. But I wanted to do two things. I wanted to test the camping reservation. Like, we can't go camping unless we make a reservation and all that stuff. So I did it the day of for 3 days in a row, and it was fine. So success on that one. And like I said, I lived in Boulder County for 4 years. I had never been to Golden Gate. That's a hairy road driving in there, so I have a question at the end. And it's really steep. Like that one road is like straight up, so I don't even, like, it's like 7%. I can't, it's like so crazy, but we had a wonderful, what I wanted to say was that we had a wonderful time. It's for young families, it's fantastic. You can get everything done and it's not scary unless you really think about the mountain lion stuff, which is, you kind of have to do that anyways when you're on that urban interface, but it was a lovely experience, so thank you. My question is, do you guys have winter recreation? Because that seems crazy to get to.
Thank you, Commissioner Blecka, and I'm glad you enjoyed your visit undercover. Yeah, next time, look us up. We're happy to host you guys anytime. Yes, we do offer winter recreation. We have ice angling. We actually rent snowshoes at the visitor center. Most folks this time of the year use traction devices to navigate the trail, but you can also cross-country ski if the conditions are correct, but we get a lot of folks that want to come up and snowshoe. In addition, we have the 5 cabins and 2 yurts that are available year-round, so people use those as a base. We also partner with the Boy Scouts of America and host Klondikes up there in the campground.
So that super steep road is open year-round? Oh, okay. I was like, what?
No, thank you again, Commissioner Blecka. That's actually 19% grades on Mountain Base Road. And so we do close that in the winter, generally from November 1st through April. It just doesn't make sense for us to keep it open operationally, and then any accidents on that road we have to investigate. So you're welcome.
So while the plans may not come to the commission for approval, we can be secret shoppers, apparently. Just saying. All right. Commissioner Adams, and then Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. Is there any considerations around doing something similar that was done at El Dorado State Park around the shuttles as one mechanism for alleviating some of the parking challenges? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Yes, we have tossed that around, and I haven't approached the casinos yet because generally the casino users are a different user than comes to the park. But they do have some nice big buses that we could certainly accommodate some shuttles and things like that. We have, funny enough, the question we did get earlier today was about whether or not we were going to do timed entry reservations. But operationally and logistically, the way the park is set up with no entrances, it would be very challenging to implement some sort of timed reservation system. But we have looked at some shuttles and have used shuttles for some larger events. We're still working through that process. So nothing in stone, but it's certainly something we're looking at.
Commissioner May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I saw Commissioner Blecka's car in one of those pictures you had on the slide.
And dog.
Yeah, and dog.
Was it a Tesla?
An off-leash dog.
The question I have is, what is the wildlife situation, such as elk, deer? Do you have resident populations? Do you have migration corridors through there? Have they, if you do have some, have they habituated to human presence? It's just, I'm curious in a park like that, of that size, with that kind of access, what that situation is.
Thank you, Commissioner May, for that question. Yes, we do have some resident populations of mostly mule deer, moose, elk. It's also a migration corridor. One of those slides that you saw earlier on the Green Ranch, which is a protected area, it's not open to the public except for a special hunting program. That's a calving area as well as winter range for elk, so they get pretty comfortable in there year-round. The biggest wildlife issue we have, I guess human and wildlife issue, is with people and moose. People want to get too close to moose. A lot of times it's the first time they've ever seen a moose, and you've seen the information and education efforts to try to teach people not to take selfies with moose and things like that. So that's one of the challenges we face as well.
On that note, we're going to move on to the next item, just so that we can stay on track. Thank you very much for that. And we will go to, we first have a consent agenda, then we'll go to the Colorado Wildlife Habitat Program. To my knowledge, there was nothing taken off consent, so I'm going to request a motion to adopt the consent agenda as it was issued. I'm sorry, Katie? We have public comment on a consent item? Sorry, I missed that. Didn't see it here. Go ahead. Sorry, Amanda. One quick public comments.
Yeah, sorry, I was forgetting too. I was about to hand this off.
Okay.
We have Liz Rose one come up.
Yeah, very quickly. I'm Liz Rose, the Colorado Field Representative for the TRCP. And on the Southwest Elk Herd Management Plan, I just wanted to very quickly say, these are really important. I actually look at the herd management plans quite often. So for any CPW staff that feels like people don't look at their spreadsheets and plans, they're great. And I wanted to express support for increasing the objective target range for 3 of the DAUs in there. I really hope that'll provide increased opportunity for hunters and potentially increased motivation or opportunity for additional habitat restoration and conservation work in those areas to help support those targets. Thank you all.
Thank you for your input, and I know this group also looks carefully at those herd management plans, so we're grateful for all of the work that goes on behind the scenes for those on behalf of our wildlife herds. So with that, sorry about that, I will request a motion to adopt the consent agenda. Commissioner Bailey and Commissioner Phillips, we'll do a voice vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, the consent agenda passes. So we are now, for members of the public, on item 24A, which is the Colorado Wildlife Habitat Program 2022 Recommended Proposals Overview. And we will have an executive session following this. So I'll turn it over to Amanda Nims and Kim Rogers, who it looks like is online.
Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Chair. Acting Director and Commissioners, I'm Amanda Nims, Colorado Parks and Wildlife's Land Protection Specialist and the Program Manager for the Colorado Wildlife Habitat Program, and I am joined by Real Estate Section Manager Kim Rogers virtually. Today, I am going to present to you the Acting Director's recommendations for funding for the 2022 RFP. I'm not asking for your final approval. That will come in May. Today is just an overview of the first cut of projects that will get us to the next stage of evaluation. Habitat Stamp Committee Chair Dave Warsh earlier spoke to the accomplishments of this program, but I wanted to also let you know that we've reconciled our data since the end of last year, and 2022 was an excellent year. We closed on 13 transactions, protected 25,000 acres of wildlife habitat, and secured public access on 23,000 acres for $8.8 million. This is a statute slide that speaks to you as commissioners as you're supposed to look through each of these proposals and ask the questions, do these projects provide opportunities for public access? Do they protect big game, winter range, and migration corridors? Does it enhance CPW's long-term goals through the acquisition of land and water? And all of the proposals that we'll discuss today have significant, they directly support our funding priorities of public access, big game, winter range, and migration corridors. Also, especially riparian areas and wetlands and landscape scale parcels, and specifically parcels that provide connectivity. We've got a number of working farms and ranches that we hope to protect this year, and a couple that have wildlife crossings. So we've got 13 projects that were submitted. And of those, we will be reviewing 7 today. As Chair Warsh mentioned, we've got about 54,000 acres in front of us that have been offered for conservation. Real estate value of $76.5 million. About $57 million has been requested of CPW, and we've got $11 million to spend. We've got 7 projects in front of us, and what's being recommended for funding is about $14 million. This will protect 16,100 acres of wildlife habitat and secure an additional 11,600 acres of new public access. This slide is for public transparency, and we will refer to these when we come out of executive session, when you take a vote, if we will move forward or not. I wanted to call attention to a small error in Project 6, Project F. that says it's fee title. That's actually a CPW conservation easement and public access easements. We've got 7 projects, 3 fee title acquisitions, 4 conservation easements, one of which will be held by CPW, 3 by third parties, and 2 public access easements. And then we've also got 2 Tier 2 projects, which we may or may not talk about. Those are not being requested to be have further evaluation done, but they are backup projects in case any Tier 1 project falls out, either due to negotiations or for whatever reason. And you will note that the Habitat Stamp Committee and staff, the regional staff and our leadership team, really agree on most of our projects that are being moved forward, probably 98% or so. There's an agreement, maybe 95%, so it's really close. And that's the summary. Any questions before we go into executive session?
Questions for Amanda before we go into executive session? Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, I just love the transparency piece, right? If we're going in an executive session, I just love this moment of here is some high level that just lets the public, gives the public a little bit more information. I just really appreciate this precedent. Thank you.
Okay. I will turn it to Jake to initiate the next steps.
Thank you, Chair. I just need to advise the public that we're going into executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Law, Title 24, Article 6, Section 4023A 1, 2, and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes for the Commission to consider the RFP recommended projects. The purpose of executive session is to consider the purchase of private property for public purposes, to receive legal advice, and to maintain the confidentiality of analyses and maps compiled and maintained by CPW related to private lands as required by CORA, the Open Records Act, which is Title 24, Article 72, Section 204(3A) 21. So everything the commission does is in public with the exception of receiving legal advice and the sorts of things for executive session, which I just mentioned. So I invite a motion by the commission, and after that, ask the members of the public to give us some privacy and exit the room.
Okay, and they can start doing that for efficiency if they would like to do that. I will invite a motion to go into executive session.
I move.
Commissioner Touchton, Commissioner Phillips, second. We can do this by voice vote. Do we need a roll call? Okay, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Barty, as well. Thank you to those of you, if you knew that you were part of the executive session prior to this. If not, thank you for exiting the room. And we need to give our IT folks just a few minutes to put us into breakout, I believe. So hang on 1 second.
Conditional, I mean, I would think it would be in tier 2, right? Like the tier 1 drops out, but it's. Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Bailey. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, and we'll see these again in May, correct? Okay, see them again in May. Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Okay. It is 5:20, amazingly. So our next obligation is that we have a community event for members of the commission and invited guests. It's not very far from here. And we do have a really nice list of folks coming. I want to thank, again, Commissioner Adams for helping me and the Mark's team sort of develop that list of folks. So I hope you will join us. And then given what we have tomorrow and that we will be in executive session for most of the day for interviews for the director search, I'll just say a couple of quick little process things. So we will be in Steamboat Springs April 6th. And we're working on finalizing that agenda. That's the first round of regulations for the Wolf Plan. So thanks to Reed and his team and others for pulling that together. And I think we've, just so you're planning for travel and all that, we will begin at 8:30 on April 6th. And it'll be a pretty full day there. And then just thinking ahead to May, because I've had a couple of people ask this question, and not because I'm super eager, but I am super eager, is that there will be nominations for officers. So if at that point in May, nominations, volunteers, whatever, that happens in May typically, and then we actually formalize that in June. So just so you have that kind of in the back of your mind. Okay. All right, so we stand adjourned, and the reception starts at 6 and dinner starts at 6:30. Anything else we need to know, Mark? Okay, bring your appetite. And of course, always thank Laura, and thanks for finding the location. This is not 60/60, so it's not our usual muscle memory. So we had to. Great, Shannon as well. Okay, we stand adjourned.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.